do pilot.
So we're back for day 2. We're going to look at the portfolio team category. There are 2 entries. Our first entry is videos that we have all already seen from the Seattle Times. So the 4 stories are To Heal a Forest. The second one, Why Cedar is Sacred to the Pacific Northwest Tribes. The third one is Free the Klamath River. And the fourth one is In West Seattle's Giant Troll Coast. Okay, the Troll one. So we've seen all of those. If anyone needs a refresher, we can look at them or some of them. But I did want to move on to our next entry because there are also 4 videos here. 3 of them we have not seen. So the first one we did see, which is the Mississippi Farming Co-op provides fresh produce for food deserts. So we saw that one earlier. But the last 3, I believe, are ones that we have not watched. So we can, start with that first one.
The question is, how many are left? I would say probably from the beginning, like once you start doing this, you realize like how crucial it is that every minute counts.
Because it's a lot that you're trying to teach them in a short period of time, and a lot of things you're trying to manage.
Okay, let's be real. Most of our teachers work probably over 10 hours a day, and then sometimes beyond that. I think if there are pressures, I think that a lot of it is they put pressure on themselves because they care a lot and they want to do well. They want to do well and they want to do well by their kids.
I started to miss everyone in school and I miss them a lot. So right when we came back to school, I was pretty happy to see them back again. It's better to have them in person because the screen is too small and I want it to be like actually in person and bigger.
I had to pass 2nd grade in the computer, and then we came back in 1st grade. It was like we had to wear masks and we had to be 6 feet away. It was horrible. You couldn't hug anyone, you couldn't be close to your friends, and some people had to stay home because they got COVID or they were just sick.
I didn't expect anything different because I thought because of last year they had that full year back and being in school, so I didn't think anything was going to be different. However, this group of kids, it was hard. A lot of emotional things that we had to work on because these kids were in kindergarten half the year at school and then kindergarten half the year virtual. That year that they were in full virtual was 1st grade, and so they're missing a lot of those social interactions, and they're talking to a screen. Like if they're angry, they can just yell in their room and be upset versus being upset in front of a kid to see that emotion come out and seeing how someone is affected by the words you said. It's been a lot, repetitiveness, but they've gotten so much better, and that's just getting them to be more empathetic and taking those moments and learning from them. Like sometimes I stop academics to focus on the social emotional piece. That's a lot part of teaching. It's more of like being a therapist than sometimes a teacher.
This is the first year that I feel like we're back into some kind of groove. The contact tracing last year and having to call families and saying 2 different things, saying we really need them to be here because attendance is important, but then we were also like, no, they can't come right now. And so I was happy to see that that kind of subsided and we were able to focus on what we could control. I feel good about that yes, our attendance has improved and we're at 8% and we're almost in May and last year we were at 34%. So that's huge, that's a huge drop.
We've done a lot of work with students, getting them out of the pandemic. We want to do the same with our teachers, and knowing that a novice teacher has a new definition post-pandemic than it did pre-pandemic. The first 3 years of some of these teachers have been virtual or online and very interrupted, so we kind of think of A novice teacher is 4 years or less. I think teaching's a hard profession. It's been hard when I started 14 years ago. It just looked different. You can be upset as a teacher. You don't have to put on that happy face 24/7 like I did 14 years ago. And that people are here to help. So if you need a break, there's 10 of us that can give you one. Save my number, save her number, save his number, and we're all coming together to make sure that you have what you need, the students have what they need as well.
This is the week. Don't need to be nervous. This is SOLs, which mean show our learning. That's all it means. Continue to do.
We expect them to do well on their standards of learning test. Some of the kids, of course, third graders are the first ones who, first year that they actually get to take it. So they were all nervous. It's like, don't worry about it. Just show your thinking. Just do. Just think and just do your best. Our teachers are fabulous. They've been working hard. Our kids have been working hard. So again, it's just approach it as, hey, it's a matter of just showing our learning.
Whenever we go to morning meeting, we learn something new, and I love learning something new. It makes me so interested about it. And every new week, we learn about something else. When we finish that, when we finish the thing already, we learn to another subject.
In math, we're learning the perimeter and area, and we're also having math in the morning instead of writing. And we've been reading passages in reading and answering questions about it, because we're almost having our math SOL and reading SOL.
This year, I'm pretty impressed. They're pretty high. I have some high readers. They're much higher than I have ever seen in my 6 years. We do have strivers, and strivers are kids that are not meeting the grade level reading. But it does make it difficult when you have a huge gap, like how to meet everyone where they are.
I think we do see a wider range right now. That's probably in part to, what else they have going on, what other stressors they have at home, what enrichment they have at home. We have an instructional assistant who's working with some kids that need additional support. Where you're really making gains is when you're pulling kids back and, addressing specifically what they need to have addressed with them. Mostly what we're emphasizing with them is, you're ready for this. We've taught you what you need to know. Take your time and do your best, and that's good. And most of them are actually pretty excited to take it. So that alone, I think, is a big accomplishment, because it's a big thing, It's a long test for them, I'm probably more nervous than they are, so.
Oh, you did? What did you do? Wow, what did you do?
Usually you hear about shootings, and unfortunately it's usually right here at this park.
We're not recognizing the way someone passed. We're recognizing the way someone lived.
It all started at the Wilmington Recreation Center. Jose just started coaching kids at the park, at a very young age. There was just something about him having to mentor and coach kids that he just loved to do.
I think part of it was that he grew up in this area. He saw the poverty. He hung around the teen center.
Just because they have classic cars and they look a certain way, because people are going to be judgmental, but that's the reason why my husband had a passion for coaching. He wanted to mentor these kids to become something. And even my kids' friends, always mentoring them.
He might hurt himself. What was he trying to reach for? Cookie! Cookie, that's what you should ask.
Jose is a kind of personality that everybody gets along with. He grew up in this area, so he got along with the gangsters, but he also was very well in the community. very much into helping others.
10 years ago, his friends started passing, and he wanted to help their families gather funds to lay them to rest. Him and his friends would get together. They would all pitch in money. They would barbecue teriyaki chicken to sell and fundraise for the families. He felt the need that I need to help these people. They live here in Wilmington. Whether it was murder, COVID, cancer, it was all of that.
Hopefully we have a great day tomorrow. Have a good day, fellas. And see you all tomorrow.
1 month we had like 3 in a row. And I would ask him, babe, take a break. Why? No, next. He's all like, no, honey, I bless to be blessed. And you just never know, one day I may need it. It went into the summer night lights, what he was doing that night that it happened, cooking for the community, and it was free.
We typically do see an uptick in violent crime during the summer months. So one way that we try as a whole city family, not just police department, but Parks and Recs, and we host these events at our local community parks.
We were just there sitting, just watching everyone dancing. The music was so loud, so at first we thought it was fireworks. And then my friends are like, Sandy, those are not fireworks, those are gunshots. So we jumped up and we started running towards the gunshots. And the guys ran and grabbed me. And they're like, you can't go over there, mama. And I kicked and I punched and I kicked and I punched until I got loose. And when I ran, and I just saw him laying there, and the police stopped me and they started putting yellow tape, and I just seen him laying there. And they're like, ma'am, you can't go, you can't. And I was like, why? That's my husband, what's wrong with him? I need to see him. And they're like, you can't.
The tragedy and the beauty of Jose Quesada is he was himself the victim of gang violence. But the beauty is that what he was doing was working. This year, we, at this point in the year, have 5 homicides. At this point, last year, we had 14. That's 9 Jose Quesada families that are not suffering what his family is doing right now.
I feel empty. Some days I feel lost. It's just a huge part of me that's gone. I lived with this man for 27 and a half years. And from 1 second, it all changed.
Love you, bird.
Wilmington lost someone that truly cared about that community.
This is going to be his park. This has always been his park. His legacy is going to always be here.
With the water temperatures changing, it changed where the fish were. We had to adapt and change to where we fished them. I mean, we're in a fishery we never were before.
Climate change is affecting fisheries in profound ways. We are seeing changes in temperature affecting fishing economies, fishing communities, ocean ecosystems, and all of these impacts are linked.
I'm a second generation commercial fisherman. Just grew up on the boat with my dad, and I love the ocean.
My name is Logan Lyons. I am the captain of the trawler, my little shrimp trawler. Down! Oh, I'm third generation. My grandfather did it, my father did it, and now I'm doing it.
My father has been a lobsterman his whole life, and he's dedicated his whole entire life to his business. He couldn't keep me off his boat by the age of 8. I always wanted to go to haul with him and bait bags and ban lobsters for him. now got my own boat, and I've been going lobstering as a captain for the last 8 years.
Haven't had a boss in 36 years, except myself, and I'm a bit of a hard ass. And of course I get to experience under the ocean, all its critters and idiosyncrasies.
What we see are long-term warming trends and short-term extreme variability around those warming trends, impacting the catch that fishermen bring in, the revenue that fishermen bring in, and the social and community fabric that's associated with the fishing profession in coastal communities. Those rising water temperatures can be gradual over time, or they can be short-term spikes that return back to previous levels. Those gradual changes can cause long-term gradual shifts in where species live and the habitats they use and the footprints that fisheries occupy.
For the last 48 hours, we've been setting our commercial Dungeness pots on the south end of Kodiak, Alaska. About 30 seconds, and then hold for the beep. We set 550 pots in about 14 hours on opening day. Tried to get them in as fast as we could with as much bait as possible to beat everybody else.
They're not everywhere, they're only in certain places. They need certain requirements. And so a lot of it is the searching for urchin. Yeah, I think we got probably around 500 pounds for our efforts today.
The water temperature is warming. I keep a thermometer in my lunch bag, and I took the temperature of the harbor this morning, and it's at 60 degrees. Normally, out, the water temperature would be like 57, 58 degrees, so that's all it takes. A couple of degrees can definitely cause, big changes in the ocean. Species are very, very funny. Especially lobster, they're very finicky. They want a certain temperature. Normally, in years past, you expect the lobsters to come up way inside to shed. And, this year, everyone set their traps outside in deeper water because they're just not expecting the lobsters to come in shoal and do their shedding.
The water being warmer affecting us is actually, for us, it's actually a good thing. I know it's not a good thing in a lot of places, but for us and for this fishery, the future would actually look brighter.
When we have warm water periods, the kelp does very poorly. If the kelp is doing poor, it's not good for the urchins. They have no food. When they have no food, they become very hungry and they scour the bottom and they prevent kelp from growing. So are we going to see more El Niños because of climate change? Are they going to be more intense? We don't know.
The fishing has been great. The catch has been great. We're just not getting anything for the catch. We're giving it away. But it's no cool water. Yeah, that Gulf is hard. The only thing about that too, I think that's why it's been such an abundance of shrimp too. Shrimp, they show up like when the water temperature get like 80 degrees, they flood.
One thing that fishermen and women can do in fishing communities is they can continue fishing where they normally fish, but as species distributions change, they can diversify their portfolio of permits or a quota to be able to target new species as they appear in their home ports.
A lot of the fishermen around here have their federal license, and I'm, an inside fisherman, so you know, I guess if I want to continue fishing, I will have to invest more money into my business and get an offshore federal license. I've invested so much into this business just so that I can continue making this living on the coast of Maine here. So it's definitely an everyday, you know, thought in my mind.
When I decided to become a fisherman, I had no idea the economics of the world and politics and everything would have not just a significant impact, but a ginormous impact on. The fuel and bait prices are always a factor, but this year it would be the low price of crab and just not really understanding why it's low, but having to adapt to that and changing the ways we fish and changing the ways we're baiting. So I fish for Dungeness crab because it is, as what we call, one of the last open access and entry-level fisheries. The permit is only $1,000. You need the boat and all the gear, but you can get into it relatively cheap compared to those other crab fisheries. And Dungeness has treated us really well the past few years.
Yeah, Roger.
I also think that we can adapt to just about anything because all kinds of stuff has happened so far. And like, I've seen Garrett go through like 5 different fisheries and he just figured out how to do every single one, just getting thrown into it.
So when we have problems with kelp, all the sea urchins get skinny. When we have a lot of kelp, all the urchins get nice and fat like this. I've seen a lot of the bottom. I've seen how it changes. I've seen, you know, the changes in the ocean, what happens when an El Nino comes through, what happens when the kelp comes and goes. Even on one particular spot, you'll see difference in quality because some of the urchins are getting food and some aren't.
We keep these urchins in check by doing what we do, and if nobody's out there to harvest them, yeah, they would definitely take over and turn into urchin barons. We don't see many young kids walking the docks looking to go fishing anymore. I'm the young pup in this fishery. We have one guy in his 80s, guy that's right around 70s, and I'm in my late 50s. We're aging out in this fishery.
It's difficult finding young people that want to do this work because it's hard work. You have to be out in the ocean, you have to deal with the weather, the water's cold, you know, sometimes your engine blows up. It's a risky, hard work. And same on this side here, it's hard work processing sea urchins.
Fisheries in this country are incredibly important. They support 1.7 million jobs nationwide. We really need to be making more efforts to recruit young fishermen and women to these coastal fishing communities because it's an important part of American heritage that goes back hundreds of years and hopefully will continue to subsist into the future.
When this vessel goes fishing, I put on anywhere from $25,000 to $35,000 worth of diesel there. And when I complete a trip there, I don't bring back $25,000 or $30,000 worth of shrimp. The seafood industry is hurting. It's the flood of foreign, cheap shrimp. Pond raised, full of antibiotics, just bad. People just buying a bad product and don't know it. They think they're getting something for nothing, but they just, you know, doing harm to themselves and to this industry.
It's sad. I mean, these men have worked all their lives, you know, and it's some of them are time to retire and they can't even retire because we're getting hit so hard. These men work very hard. They keep the boats running, the mechanics of it, fiberglassing, the outriggers, the nets. It's all work, and they're working hard now trying to get their boats fixed after they were put back in the water after the hurricane. We don't know what's laying in the waters. It was just pure devastation. When a boat's not able to work, the net man's out of work, the fiberglass man's out of work, not as much fuel's being bought. We buy groceries at the local grocery store. I mean, economically, we bring money here, we spend money here. We're all local. So all of our money stays here. And that was a reason that the government put us back in the water and spent the money to put us back into the water, you know, because they knew that we were a viable industry. The price of shrimp is so low because of the foreign imports that it's hard to make a living.
I like the risk of it, but I also am very determined not to fail at what we do. I don't like risking the livelihood of all the guys who depend on me on my boat for a job, for that income, and my family also. I love driving the boat and being on the ocean. In all honesty, a good season is if I can send myself and my crew home with enough money to pay the bills and a little extra to go have some fun, and you know, the boat payment's made.
Sometimes, you know, I might go 30 hours without a drop of sleep, you know. And like I said, you know, when the money is there, you don't mind doing it. When the money
I love seeing the sunrises and the sunsets and just being outside in the elements.
I love diving in the ocean on good days. You forget you're in the water, actually. I call myself kind of the jellyfish. I just kind of go where the currents take me, and hopefully they wander me into a good spot.
So just a reminder that these videos are to be judged as a whole package, you know, all four, not individually. But I think we can maybe go through similarly to maybe how we did it yesterday and talk about the videos in the package as a whole. So maybe we could start with the Seattle Times package. Does anyone need a reminder of any of these videos? Do y'all feel like you know them? Some of them we watched a few times. But maybe out of this package, is there a video that you think really stands out, or how they work together as a whole?
I feel like what I really like about this package is it's all really beautifully shot. I feel like the shooting, the filming is all very cinematic and pretty consistent throughout the four pieces. I also like that they all thematically seem to be dealing with climate and environment in some way. So this feels like a very uniform, sort of consistent package to me.
And I feel like there's narrative arc to each one of these, whereas the other is a little bit rambling, and it feels like they're trying to do a lot of things in each piece. Like the other one feels more kind of scattered, and like there's a lot of information, but I feel like it's kind of all over the place. You know?
I feel like we get a range of tone in this too, in the Seattle Times package, which is nice to see that range. It goes back to that narrative arc idea. But I think, you know, having the trolls in there, for example, brings a sort of like levity to it that is still like engaging, and shows another side of
it's like a slice
this,
of life.
exactly, of this community. And
really do all feel like they belong together and is a complete package, and I agree with y'all. It's nice that this package has some stronger storytelling, whereas the other package just felt like they were trying to deliver a lot of information, but there wasn't a lot of story.
Yeah, they were trying to push all they were trying to push like the written story into video, just like picking themes and sticking to like universal themes or a narrative arc of any sort. So I would choose this one as our first place.
yeah, I agree with that.
Everyone feel similarly?
Yeah.
Can we go to the second? Yeah. So with our second package, do you think this is a second place or not? And are there any like
elements in this package that you think really worked?
Can you scroll down real quick just so we can look at all the descriptions? Thank you.
The fishing package, I felt at first like I knew what it was about. I felt like it was about climate change and how that's changing
And then
fisheries, and then it was about
like
the
aging out.
generational
Like
gap.
what is the
and-
story? Like where are we going
and it was
here?
about price issues, and it just felt like they tried to tackle too much
Too
instead
much.
of, you know, if they picked one of those issues.
Mhm.
And I also felt like it was just really like beautiful but repetitive shots of people hauling in,
Yeah.
you know,
Again, it just
seafood
needed
and
that
dumping
tighter
it,
edit.
and we didn't go home with anybody really. We didn't really like see how like these fluctuations in their industry are affecting their lives.
Yeah.
You know?
And I left it feeling like, what am I supposed to think? Like,
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure how strongly I feel about anything. I did like the Jose, the piece on Jose. I thought that was nice. I do. My one quibble would be just that where his wife was interviewed. Like I feel like if it was in her home, like it would have. I would have felt more of a connection to her and him. It was a nice piece about him.
I like the way they did the reveal that he had died.
Yeah, I thought that was structured well.
That was nice.
Yeah. Agreed. I feel like the teaching one had a similar issue to the fishing one.
Yeah. Totally, same problem.
Yeah. Where it starts out about one thing and
Is it about COVID? Is it about the test? Like what's
Yeah,
the
how
test?
much should I
do
care
they have
about the
to do?
test? Yeah.
And did they have something to do with each other? Like I wasn't sure, like.
And it was also very repetitive.
Yeah.
There was a lot of teachers who were sort of saying the same
Same thing. And yeah. Again, it's just like really tight, we need to be tightly edited here.
I feel like in all of the characters that they chose, I was interested in, engaged with, but it was difficult to figure out like why I care about each of them, and I'm looking for the connection between them, and
Again, it feels like there's a story there in all of them, but yeah, it's just about structure and editing.
Yeah. I do appreciate how varied this package is. I feel like they're tackling really important subjects.
Yeah.
They just needed to, I think, really hone in on one specific theme within each one, and then just really drive that point home.
Right, and stick with it.
Yeah.
And what is every section doing to kind of back that up?
So what do you guys think? Second place? Honorable mention?
It's not.
We
It's
have
either
to go
second
in
place.
order. Oh, that's
or-
right.
Which I feel like is hard
it's
because
like
there's
common-
a difference between
yeah.
second place
Yes,
and honorable
for
mention,
sure.
obviously.
For
sure.
So yeah.
I would be okay with second place because I
Yeah.
feel like there's enough there where.
There is.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
All right, second place. Amazing. That was our final solo video category.
Great.
So I feel like we have completed a lot and we're done with like a whole section. So next we're gonna look at news and issue presentation.
Okay.
So this is obviously really different, and no, I feel like we have to figure out the best way for this workflow probably as we go. But I also just want to read about the presentation categories, so we have this in your minds while you're looking. Okay. The online visual presentation categories are for visually driven stories that feature multiple elements such as text, photos, videos, graphics, illustrations, and animations. Entries will be judged on the whole experience, including the journalism, storytelling, design, interactivity, and engagement. So you're really judging this package as a whole, not just the video elements or anything like that.
Cool.
Okay.
Whereas the videos were obviously we were just judging based on the video itself. So I was thinking maybe what we could do. So they're all kind of different and they engage in different ways, and some I feel like are easier to show on the big screen. Maybe, like for this one, for example, maybe we could kind of go through it maybe quickly. Then there's a lot of video elements in this one. This is the same story that we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of, it looks like little video vignettes. So maybe then we could look through those. My thought is we kind of go through everything on the big screen, and then we could have some time for everyone to kind of engage themselves. If you think that works.
Yeah. I think
There's
that's a good
how many are in this category? I think it's 7 or 8.
Okay. And Lauren, I'm sorry, I know you just read this, but we are judging on the presentation.
Yeah, like literally
So
every
like not like
element.
reading, not,
Right.
not like
Yes.
reading the story itself and like judging the.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
The visual elements on it.
So we're not.
yeah, I mean it's the whole experience. It does say including the journalism, storytelling elements,
shoot.
design, interactivity, and engagement.
Right.
But some of them do have a lot of writing. Some of them don't. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you need to sit there and like read this whole long
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was
sprawling
wondering.
story.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess would we want to read the text leading into the elements though, just to make sure they kind of
Yeah,
flow
we
and that
can
like
do
make
that.
sense?
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's important. I mean, the placement of these elements.
Yeah, because I think a lot of times one of my biggest issues with stories like this is that there's a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
Where there doesn't need to be repetition.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And some of them don't even really have a lot of text. So they're all
Yeah,
like
they're
kind
so
of different.
different, yeah.
So maybe for this one, can we just kind of scroll through to just like get a feel for the story and just see what it looks like? And then we could come back to the top.
Sorry, this mouse is kind of weird.
Oh, no worries. This is definitely more of a text-heavy story. Just keep scrolling, and then let's come back to the top, and then we could kind of like engage with it more and play them. But I just want to give everyone a feel for what it looks like.
Can we go back up to that last little bit? So this isn't part of the piece we've already seen.
Yeah,
I feel like we should. Are we gonna watch this
Yeah,
on our
yeah,
own?
yeah. We'll go and watch.
Oh, we're gonna watch it on our own, but later.
No,
Okay.
we could even watch it here. I just wanted to kind of scroll
We
through.
can scroll through it. Yeah, sure.
Just
I just didn't know.
like, just to see, I guess, what
Yeah, sure.
you're working with.
I like the way the videos separate like that.
Mm.
Just go-
Okay. So, let's go back to the top. And yeah, let's I guess kind of go through things and we could play them.
Yeah, can we go through it a little more slowly?
Just a note. It seems to be smoother when we're looking at it on our laptops, and I kind of wonder if we should just look at it ourselves and listen to each piece. Because How do y'all feel about it? Do you want to watch it this big?
Because the only thing is for the live stream, I think
okay.
we want.
Do you want them to see it?
Yeah, so
okay.
that's what I was thinking.
I just think
maybe
I
we
just
don't
think
need to watch
it's
it
not
this
as good of an
I totally
experience
understand.
like here than when
Do you
I'm
just want
looking
to do this, like just do a quick scroll through up here?
What do you want? I mean, totally up to you.
feel
And then
like-
we could do.
I was gonna say, I feel like we should individually go through the categories and experience each of the projects and listen to them.
You mean together or
or
separate?
just kind of individually on
Yeah,
our
separately.
own laptops, and
Yeah.
then come back together and
Yeah.
talk about
I
them on the
agree.
screen, because I agree the experience is meant to be, you know, on your laptop or on your
Yeah,
phone.
I feel like seeing it first up here is not
Okay.
not the
Okay, so why don't we?
Maybe we could. I mean, I don't. Would we want to pause the live stream
Yeah,
while
yeah.
we're individually going
Yes.
through it? And
yeah,
then
and then
resume
come
it?
back and
Yeah.
then roll through it together.
Can we pause? Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we're looking at this separated by war, Ukrainian family balances safety, duty, and love. Thoughts, experiences with this piece?
I really thought this, the dual scenes throughout the piece are really nice in the way that they edited them and the way that they mirror their experiences in these very different places. I was wondering how the audio would work since you had two different pieces, but they did a really nice job of editing them in a way that you could play both of the audio at the same time, and it worked. And I really also enjoyed the touch of when you scroll past one of those dual experience videos, they separate. Just the symbolism of that, of them being in different places. But when we get to the end of the piece and they're talking to each other on the phone, they don't separate, they stay together. And I thought that was just a really nice little detail and showed me that they were thinking about how these elements are storytelling elements in these builds.
Yeah, I really loved the diptychs and again, like what you said, how they separate. I was a little bit caught up in, I think there was one of them where, I don't know if it was just on my phone, but one side was playing and the other wasn't, and you have to kind of like toggle back and forth. Did you have that issue?
I didn't.
And maybe it was just a glitch on my phone or my computer. But I had one issue there. I also found the audio button like to be a little distracting and kind of, it's distracting to me. And then another thing, if you go all the way up to the top, I feel like all these diptychs work so well and they're really beautiful together. But the first one I think could have been stronger. I think this moment could have been showing, I would have liked, because it, just to encompass what the story is about, I would have liked to have seen on the right, like him actually in more of a war kind of situation to like tell me right away that he's like a soldier in war. Like you kind of get the idea he's wearing this green shirt, but like if I saw him like even in his truck or like kind of more in an active role, and then her, I would have liked to have seen a moment with her and her little girl, because I would have kind of immediately gotten the story. Because there isn't much to these moments. They're both, I mean, she's drinking a glass of water and he's like, looks like he's playing on his phone. I think even if she was, I don't know, I think this could, this choice was one of the only kind of off things, and it's pretty important because it's at the top, and it should be like the visual that brings us in. So I think that's like one kind of, one little off thing for me. I want to say that there was another diptych that I really loved. If you go down, keep going down. I love how these two played off of each other. I think you keep going down. Might be the next one. Maybe it's this one. And the audio, it might be this one if you just let it play for a minute. It's like where this. Yeah, keep letting it play and then play the one on the right.
Ich war als Kind immer sehr glücklich, wenn ich mit meinen Hunden gespielt habe.
Okay, maybe it's the next diptych. If you keep going down one more. Yeah. Yeah, it's this one. So there's this moment where he's talking about, yeah, this is it. Hold on. I just love how these play together. He's talking about keeping super warm in his little jacket. That's all he has to keep him warm, and you know, his wife and his child are kind of, they were hugging at the same time, and their coats, like, I don't, you know, I just think there was some thought that went along and like pulling these two scenes together, and I really love that. And I just think it's a well executed diptych. And if we go back up to on this right there, I didn't think visually this worked well, because of the ads, it almost felt like I was going to be looking at an ad. And I think if it looked more like what we traditionally see in text messages, or like there was some sort of design element that made it look more like text messages, I would have been drawn into it. Or if they, I feel like one of them kind of popped in as you went down. I don't know. I just feel like something more could have been done design-wise to make it like an interactive text element, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So how did you?
Yeah. I also was really impressed by the execution of the diptychs. I was concerned at the beginning, like, how is the audio going to play with each one? And I think they did a brilliant job of like picking just the right moment so that on a whole they aren't speaking over each other, or they're, you know, even the audio was complementary when you were listening. Except I found that was a little bit more challenging looking at it on my phone with them stacked, because to hit both audio buttons at the same time, the video's loaded slightly differently.
Yeah.
And I noticed how, like, on desktop they're loading at the same time and they're keeping the same pace. But on my phone, I found things getting out of sync a little bit. Didn't ruin the experience for me, but just was like, one, like, this is so critical to how these diptychs are working. And again, when you stack them, it's just more difficult for that to play out.
Yeah.
One like minor note for me, about midway through, there's like a Year of War like timeline of other stories. It wasn't even like I felt like if it was it's here, this Year of War. At first, I thought this was like an ad.
Yeah, I thought it was an ad.
And then I realized that it's other stories from them on the war. And if you're going to do this, I don't know why you would do it here in the middle of your piece, where you would, in theory, be encouraging people to leave to go read other stories. And if you're going to say this is the year in the war, I would almost just want a traditional timeline, like give me the rundown of the last 12 months or whatever it is that we're trying to show here. So that was just one minor note that I had, that I felt like this sort of broke the experience for me.
That should have been like at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like at least designed in a way so it feels like an element that was intentional. But I agree, like it would have been better at the end, because I had the same experience with that. And it took me a second to realize, like, oh, this is part of their story, and it does feel very, like it's an ad. And I agree with you, Kathleen, about the top diptych was kind of the least successful of all of them, which is interesting, because it should be.
Every other one felt like really intentional and like
and the audio didn't really do anything for me in those. Like,
it feels like an afterthought of like, oh, we just need a picture of them, or like something of them.
And it was an opportunity to visually introduce the story. That was kind of like a missed opportunity.
And there were so many other compelling like moments I feel like could have been pulled. Anyway.
So
that said, it was a very beautiful presentation.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, story.
A really compelling way to tell
the
story of this family, for sure.
They definitely knew like how they were going to tell this story. You can tell in the way that it was edited that this was the plan from the beginning. So I really like that they worked with that intention.
It's also really impressive for two separate teams in two different places to come back with something that looks so cohesive. Like, props to them for being able to get on the same
Yeah, they were
page
communicating
about
a
that.
lot throughout. Cool.
All right.
So looking in the next one?
Yeah, we could pause the live stream and Okay, so we're now gonna look at or talk about this piece by the Washington Post, separated by Gaza war, Palestinian families live in fear of the next call. What was this project like for y'all?
I felt like this really worked. When the power of this piece was having all the different voices together, like having it just gives you the sense of, you know, in the other pieces that we've seen, it's you know, like one person or one family, but it relies on like the element of like the phone being so important to like a daily stress of like, are they going to answer, and I think having a number of people going through that struggle should, you know, kind of really brings that home. How many people are you know in that position, and the anxiety. And it also made me think about like in wars past when we didn't have phones, it was just like perhaps days and months before not knowing if your family member is dead or alive, and the different types of stresses that is. Or that can be, and as far as like experience wise, I think there could have been, potentially it could have been better on your phone. Like I feel like it could have been a better experience. This whole project could have been better watched on the phone, but and sometimes, you know, it showed up where the subject, you could see their face bright, but then at other times they were like to the side and you weren't looking, you know, it was like an out of focus part of the frame. So I think that was a little bit wonky, and I'm sure this was on deadline too, so maybe they just didn't have time to like to work that out.
Yeah, this one particularly.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because at first, the first person, it was like perfectly lined up. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a really good experience on your phone. But then later, it was kind of like all over the place. So as far as experience goes, I think it is better on your desktop. So just first thoughts.
I thought this was a really smart idea that this came out in like at the end of October, so they executed this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And that's impressive. I did have some issues with the build. The opening scene where you're seeing all of the people, there is a mute button, but there's no audio, and that confused me for a second on the very first scene.
Can we look at that real quick?
Yeah. Unless it just wasn't playing for me.
I have all of my mother's side of the family, and I have.
Oh yeah. It's more of like an intro.
Yeah, it's more of like an intro, but I understand it just may be the way that this project was built, that they had to leave it up there, but it was a little confusing to me that, you know, they were telling me, you know, click this for sound, and then there wasn't any.
Yeah.
It took me a second to realize it was a side scroll. And one of the other issues I had was these images here, when they're getting ready to go to the next person, you still see the previous person, and they're like, if you read the text, they're talking about the next person to come in the build, and that was a little bit confusing for me. And then finally, the mobile experience, I had the same experience where some of the videos felt really on vertically and some of them were off. I did appreciate, like, if you turned your phone to landscape, it adjusted and you could see the whole video, but I think we have to realize that the majority of people are not doing that. And it is really, really hard to edit something that's going to be both vertical and horizontal and make it work. And I imagine in the time frame that they did this in, they just didn't have time to work all of that out. But those were a few of the things that I felt were holding this back.
Yeah, I agree with everything that folks have said so far, especially this being a really smart way to get at the human impact, the global impact of this conflict in a really short amount of time as it was unfolding. I did feel like some of the transitions were a little abrupt when we were listening to each one of the subjects. But again, like understanding sort of what the conceit was, it felt understandable to me, but that would be one thing that I wish we could have smoothed out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the guy, his last statement, I didn't fully read the first time through because it just ended so quickly. I didn't have time to read what he was saying.
You talking about this one?
No, the first guy. The younger one.
Can we go to see that? Wait, is it after this?
It's after this, yeah.
I have all my family in Gaza.
You could keep going.
Father and
Yeah.
mother.
Keep going.
This guy?
Yeah. If you go back and just let that play. For
Hello?
me, it just like,
كيفك يا أمه؟
I didn't have time to read those.
في قصر حواليك وفي فوق. طيب الحمد لله. ناقص عنكم شيء بحاجة بوفر لكم شيء. عيلتي في غزة طبعا كلها أنا الحالي.
Guy, I feel like your note about
في القصر هم عايشين. أنا زوجتي بعد ما جيت على رام الله خليتها عند أهلها. عسكرت يعني مش بتعرف. حابين هيك بنرجع نجيبك معانا تيجي يشوفوا حالنا. لا في مية لا في كهرباء لا في أكل زي الخلق. الناس خلصت فلوسها بتشتري. أطفال انتشر المرض. الغزة المعوية انتشرت. الخوف. سايبين بيوتنا 23,000 نازح في صناعة الوكالة في خان يونس. احنا على بعض بننام على الأرض. ما في فراش. هو ما في أمان حاليا في غزة لأنه بيضربوا الحجر والشجر وكل شيء مستهدف في غزة. شهداء زي ما هم عائلات زي ما هي بتنزل فيهم البيوت. طيب يا أما شو بتكون راقصة عنكم احكي لي.
It was just really fast to read that.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to second your note about these like intro slides for the next character. It feels like it would have been a fairly straightforward thing to do on this slide to like preview the next person as opposed to keeping us on the previous one.
I agree.
I definitely found that confusing on my first time through, and by the second I had sort of
Knew what
reconciled
was
it.
going
So
on.
yeah,
So I kind of let it go. Yeah. I mean, I understand to some degree of like we're ending and like going to the next, but I just wondered, if there was what the solution would be. There might have been another. Maybe there's a transition. Maybe it is isn't a picture of the next person. Maybe it could be something else. But yeah.
On mobile, is it a scroll?
It's
or
a
is
tab.
it a clip?
It's the
still
same tab. It's the same. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Anything else to add? Okay. Can we pause for the next one? Can we pause the live stream? Okay, so we're now going to look at the New York Times piece inside the deadly Maui Inferno, hour by hour. The New York Times used video evidence, data, and interviews to reconstruct the wildfire that raged through what was once Hawaii's royal capital. What did y'all think about this? Yeah, can you actually just like scroll through the whole project, because I want to show on the live stream just like all the elements that are used. And then obviously feel free to start talking about anything.
I mean, I loved this presentation. I thought it was really smart. I thought it was really remarkable the way that they were able to use so many different elements to create this really, what feels like a definitive visual investigation into how the fire started and then spread so quickly and all of the failures along the way. I appreciated the text box pretty early on that laid out what you're getting into as a viewer, because it can feel kind of overwhelming otherwise, but they tell you right off the bat what their findings are and what are the different elements they're using in the piece as a really good hook to sort of keep you going. Yeah, and I thought that the way that the text and the video and the photo and the graphics, I thought it all just spoke really well to each other.
Yeah, combining like the big picture of how it transpired along with the intimate stories of people along the way throughout the day of like how and the breakdown of systems and how it all kind of, the debacle kind of unfolded, worked really well. And yeah, it's the first time that I've seen this perspective, instead of just seeing like on the ground fire, kind of showing the breakdown of you know the local systems, in combination with like what the area looks like, and then like I said, the personal stories and putting it all together in the way that it's put together is super effective.
Yeah, I think this is an example of how this type of storytelling can really shine. I know personally I've had a really difficult time contextualizing the scale of this tragedy, and this feels like an incredible example of utilizing visual journalism to really get at everything that you've all already mentioned, from the personal accounts to the breakdowns in the systems. I also felt for as many features and elements that this piece has, I appreciated how restrained it felt at the same time. Like I appreciate in a way that there isn't audio. I feel like it would have been really distracting when there's already so much visual input that you're getting as you're scrolling through this, that I think any additional elements would have tipped it over into too much.
I agree with that.
So I think that was actually a really brilliant call.
Yeah, definitely.
I appreciated how tight the mobile experience was on this and how it was designed for that experience.
It was adjusted for that experience,
Yeah.
for sure, and it's really well done.
They really thought about that, and the work it takes to secure all these videos and verify them, geolocate them. Just really incredible work by this team. I do disagree on the audio. I wish I had the option of it. There were some of the videos that I really wanted to feel like I was more in that scene, and I wanted to hear what the people on the ground were hearing. So I think being at least given the option to unmute would have added to it for me.
I feel like everything, all the decisions made were very deliberate and really well thought out. And I do think that the audio was a deliberate decision, for better or worse.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like I'm missing anything, but. I wonder if we did have it, if it would have been too intense. It's because you're taking in a lot of information about a lot of different things on different levels.
Mm-hmm.
And it has emotion to it, like there is an emotional element, but this is more about like understanding what happened, you know what I mean? That was the intent of this, and it combines those things, but it's not overly emotional, and I think taking away the audio makes it less so. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
less
for sure.
intense, so you can like take in the information easier.
Yeah, it does make it more informational and less emotional, for sure.
Are there any specific elements that anyone wanted to, I don't know, talk about, or we could show on here for the live stream?
I really loved the topper and the way that you scrolled and those videos broke out and you saw where each of them came from on the map. I thought that was really nice.
That was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of immediately knew as soon as that happened, you're like, oh, I know what this piece is going to be like.
Exactly.
Like, I know exactly what we're doing here. It's very apparent.
Can we go back to the top? Yeah.
Yeah, and I really like that as you're scrolling, like you're moving around the map, you know, it's not just like kind of this cool feature of like, oh, look, we're using satellite imagery, but they're actually making it 3D and very interactive.
Yeah.
And to Becky's point earlier, it really helps you get a sense of scale and scope as someone who, you know, a lot of people coming to this aren't going to be from Hawaii. They're not, maybe have never been to Lahaina, and so being able to fully understand the geography is really helpful as well.
For sure, and they choose different angles when they zoom in too, so you can sometimes see the mountain behind or the ocean.
This was such a small part, but like to me, this was one of the more emotional moments was when they saw the screen grab, the text message, and you see the not
Failed to
delivered.
Yeah,
that was
heartbreaking. Oh, like half, like
that's
like a little bit down.
Yeah, it's a little bit further down. This is actually, it's funny, on my desktop experience, I can't actually see my scroller, and that was my only critique, was like, I have no way of knowing how I'm progressing through this. But you know, it's really immersive, so it's very minor. But yeah, I loved, like, that was just, so effective, really simple, but just packed such a punch just to see that not delivered signal.
It really allows you to imagine yourself being in that person's shoes, trying to find out if their loved one is okay, and you know, the feeling of getting that not delivered.
And I like following through with the man that we start with.
Yeah, that was
how they
so smart.
And keep it in the timeline. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they struck a really good balance between sort of like the macro story and the micro stories of all these individuals.
Yep. Trying to think what I would have done if there was is there anything that you all would have done differently on this other than the audio?
I'm still stuck on the audio. But other than that, no.
Yeah. No.
I can't think of anything.
I think maybe just like a clearer way of seeing how you're progressing through the story for me. Just because I think that's something we talk a lot about, is like, how do you give viewers the option of like knowing how far you are in a story? But that's such a minor critique.
I guess. I mean, I guess there's like a little part of me that would have liked to have seen this town before, and just like where it went to. But again, like, what's the intention here? It would give me more of a sense of loss, of what they lost, especially when we're getting this wide view. If there was like some sense of what it looked like before, I guess. But other than that, it seemed really incredible.
Yeah, I also thought it was really smart, the stories that they chose to showcase here. I mean, it's so tragic how many people lost their lives in this, and to show sort of like each moment that they drop you into that, they're showing you a different way that this fire impacted the community. Like folks that were stuck in their homes, folks that were trying to flee, people that had gotten away and then still didn't make it. Like you sort of had each component of like just how scary and tragic this moment was with each of these individual moments, which I thought was just really smart storytelling.
All right, great. On to the next. We can pause. Okay. So we are now looking at the story from the New York Times. Greece says it doesn't ditch migrants at sea, but it was caught in the act. Do you want to just, again, like maybe scroll through at least the top one?
I think this is just a really good example of impact of just having footage of catching somebody in the act, and the impact that can have. This is just excellent reporting.
I think the only thing I struggled with this piece was like whether the video portraits were totally necessary. I don't know what it added for me that a photo portrait wouldn't have achieved just as well. And I feel like because I see them moving,
Can you go back up to the video portraits? Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I just feel ambivalent. I don't dislike them and I don't like them either. I mean, I like that I'm seeing them and I like that I'm seeing them in their humanity, but I also feel a little removed from them because I'm seeing them moving, but I'm not actually hearing their voices.
Yeah.
And so I felt a little bit funny about this choice. I was kind of curious why they chose to do video portraits instead of just photo portraits, or why not to include other elements of video. Like I think it makes sense higher up not to have audio because you don't really need audio for that, but I guess I just wasn't really sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure how I felt about this.
I think how I feel about it in relation to that is that in this situation, there's not much of a connection with the videographer yet. I feel like they don't have that, and there's an element of discomfort that you see, and I don't think you would have seen that as much if it was a still photograph. And just like the movement, and so you're not. If it was a photograph, you would kind of like look in each person's eyes, and you would have it just still, and like I feel like there would be more of a connection, but because there are a few people that seem to be a little uncomfortable. The child is moving, so you're not really sure where to look.
Right.
And I think if it was like a moving portrait, maybe if it was just one person and they felt, and there was some sort of level of comfort, it would have worked better. But I think you're right. I think if this was a photo, it would have worked better.
That said, I do want to give them props for how they approached this on mobile, because when you got to this, especially this particular one, they were able to, they made it so that it panned across, and I thought that was a really effective way. If you're going to do this, to take the time to then make sure that you can actually see it in a way that also felt like matched the movement of the image. So that I think at least was smart.
And maybe they chose this because they wanted to keep it consistent with the other moving moving elements.
I liked the video portraits. I do understand the point that they do look a little uncomfortable. I feel like, that is also information that, these places, people are in a very uncomfortable situation. And I liked the little movements. I liked the little boy's on the left, his little smile that comes up, and I really did appreciate how on mobile they panned to make it an effective mobile element. And I do feel like I don't think there were any photos in the piece.
No,
right?
it's all video.
No, it's all video.
So it might have been, kind of
just no photography.
Strange to me to have just like a photo.
Well, I guess for me, I think I felt that way about all of the
Like
the video elements, to be
yeah.
totally honest.
I
I think the reason why is because I know there's a level of anonymity that they had to give this family. This family didn't want their full names to be shared, so it's totally possible they also didn't want to have their voices. But I think just as I want to when I see this movement, I feel like my curiosity is piqued, and I want to hear them in their own voices. And so I think that's for me where that sort of cognitive dissonance is coming in. I think if it was a photo, I would feel differently because I would still get the same, maybe not as much information in terms of certain small micro movements, but it would feel I don't know, with a photo, like I feel that boundary where it's like I feel really compelled to hear them in their own voices, but I'm not getting that. And so it just feels like this weird, I don't know, it just feels off to me, and I'm not really quite sure why.
Yeah, I think too, because when you're looking at this many people specifically, you know, the eyes are the window to your soul, and because of the movement, I'm drawn to certain people, and then I don't actually get to the woman on the left almost at all.
Yeah.
But I think if it was a photo, I would spend time with everyone, and I would eventually get to her. I don't know if that makes sense. And then, yeah, I mean, I've actually faced this same problem of doing moving portraits when someone isn't fully comfortable and they're kind of like looking around, and it doesn't work as well. And it takes time to like get people comfortable. And I think even in this one, this is how I'm feeling right now. I might feel differently about it later, but like the baby moving, I look more at him. He becomes the center of it, and you don't look at them together.
Right.
And especially because you can't see his mother's full face,
Yeah.
you're just kind of looking at the child, and
Right.
you don't really connect with her as much.
Right.
Whereas if it was a photo, I think it would be a little more balanced and even, and I would be
Right.
looking at them together.
Right. Or even if you scroll up, like, you know, I don't know why this element wasn't bigger, where the woman is looking directly at the camera.
That's
and you don't
my favorite
see,
one.
Yeah, and you, like, that to me, I'm like, oh, I get
That,
why
like,
the movement was
tender,
there.
the tenderness in
Like, that
that,
to me,
I get
the
that
movement
one.
feels very deliberate.
Yeah.
So I think I would have, in this piece, I feel like there were moments that should have been photographs, and then there are other moments where it's like, I get why they included the video element, because you want to
That's
see that
intentional.
relationship between them.
Yeah.
Alice, which photo are you speaking
Oh,
of?
if you scroll down,
Oh, is it the one with the baby?
yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
where she's caressing her child's head, and like that to me is, that's such a lovely moment, and I don't know why that
further. This
element,
here.
yeah.
So she's, you know,
Yeah.
really connected with the camera. You're
Yeah.
looking at her and just
Like she
this
looks
really
almost
tender.
defiant there,
Yeah.
and I love that. Like that to me makes sense as a video moving portrait. But then if you scroll down again, yeah, I guess I don't know. I mean, I guess some of them feel like they work better than others do. Yeah.
100%. I agree with that.
I did think it was a weird choice to have these two different sizes. I liked it better on mobile where they were both the same size. And I might just have a thing for video portraits. I love them. I love the motion and the build. I find it really engaging.
Yeah.
And it really pulls me through and makes me want to keep going.
Yeah.
See the next one.
Do you mind scrolling down a little bit more? A little further down.
Is that a photo? What is that?
That's a video.
It's a
but
video.
There's very little
But
movement.
there's
I
very
thought
little movement.
This one was kind of the
It's weird.
That one was
successful.
tough.
Yeah.
It's clear he didn't want his face.
This is a nice moment.
Like that's a nice moment.
Yeah, I feel
and
like
then-
that was intentional. I could have used it a little more, another second of it.
Totally. And then if you scroll down again, like again, I love this one. I wish this was bigger.
Yeah.
Like this feels very candid and very sincere, and you're really getting a glimpse into their dynamic with
Yeah,
each other.
I like their connection. It's good.
Yeah.
And also the hand, but the next one down, it's nice.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one's really great.
Really beautiful.
Those little baby
Oh,
feet.
that's
So
Yeah, I love that.
I mean, it really just emphasizes.
And that's a nice way to end it too. I
Yeah,
think.
and like, you know, this going back to like the call to the top where they're like, she's clutching her 6-month-old to her chest, trying to protect him from the sun, and then you like see all these moments of just like tenderness between them, and it's like, it's very humanizing.
Yeah, and just seeing this and how tender it is, and to think that they were just like pushed out to sea. And, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. You can move on to the next one, which is going to be, I think the Seattle Times, yeah, so it's the Seattle Times piece called Lost Patients, I believe. And we could pause. just do a little. Okay, so we're looking at the lost patients of Washington's abandoned psychiatric hospital, and in this presentation, there's a 25-minute video. So as a group, we're just going to watch a part of this video.
You're not supposed to be digging in the cemetery. I haven't been moving anything. For years living here, I've heard people complain about the cemetery not being taken care of, that the headstones aren't there. Most of the grave markers are still there, they're just buried. It's B1, it's exactly the one I was thinking it would be. A lot of times the only thing left of someone's life is simply the marker on their grave. When this chunk of concrete is the only thing left of someone's life, you should at least be able to see it. Some of these people didn't even exist anymore until I was able to find a death certificate and put a name to them. Almost 1,700 people that are buried here. There's a handful of people that there's any information aside from a death certificate.
It's grave B1. It looks like the initials could be maybe like WN, but I really can't read it. So I can't identify this one, but at least I've located it. The just general whole mentality towards people's mental health issues like that back then is they didn't care. You were cast out from society. They didn't want to see you. There wasn't going to be a record of you left. A lot of the history of Northern State was lost, right down to the people. I think people deserve better than that, really.
This shelf is like all of my genealogy stuff. I remember kind of always knowing that my grandpa was adopted. I never heard my grandpa talk about his mom. We had taken my grandma out. My grandma has dementia. She just turned 95. Something came up about my grandpa, and I said, gosh, I wonder what his mother's name was. And she pipes up in the front seat. She sits up, she goes, Lillian Massey. And I was like, okay, I had never heard that name before. I kept coming back trying to find Lillian, and I would search and find nothing. It was familysearch.org. Signed up, logged in, and it pulled up her death certificate. And that was like our first substantiation that she was a living, breathing person. She died in January of 1934. And it said that her death place where she lived was Northern State Hospital. I had never heard of Northern State Hospital. I feel like I've been to every museum that has records from Northern State, just trying to find every scrap that I can find about her. What I've learned since then is that she was just thrown away.
Northern State Hospital was one of 3 mental hospitals in the state of Washington. Northern State began in 1909 as a farming extension of Western State Hospital. At its height, there were 2,300 patients here, so it was very large, and it was a major employer here in the county.
The whole establishment was like a small town. You had your farm, vegetables, there was a print shop. You even had logging. And there were so many buildings, and they were all interconnected. Physicians and a lot of the administrators lived on the grounds.
The campus was designed by John Olmsted and James Dawson, who were part of the Olmsted Brothers architectural firm, and they planned very carefully how they were going to lay out the campus of a mental hospital. And the philosophy of the Olmsted Brothers was that beauty was an important part of healing, and they didn't want it to look like an institution. Northern State, in its era, was considered really the cutting edge of psychiatric treatment, and some of those treatments we don't look upon with favor, or we find that they were excessive.
There really wasn't any psychotherapy, mostly sedation and restraints and electric shock therapy and insulin coma therapy, which I participated in. And then there were a few lobotomies.
Work therapy was considered a really important part of people's recovery. Patients came here with skills. There were carpenters, there were plumbers, there were farm workers, there were women who could sew.
The belief was that you keep people busy. There was a lot of negative connotations. There was fear. People didn't understand about mental illness. I think it was mostly ignorance, but there was a lot of hostility.
The Northern State Cemetery is really one of probably the loneliest places on the campus because it was the people who were generally forgotten. The majority of people buried in the cemetery are people without families who had no one to come and claim them. Northern State did not have an excellent record of caring for human remains, to be honest.
There's a lot of conflict with the cemetery, a whole lot of conflict with the cemetery. And the more you dig in, the more you learn, the more conflict you find. This is all the paperwork I started with for the cemetery. And like here's the original map of the graves that they had. And I taped it together and then I went up there. And this is how I originally started the whole thing, is I went up there and I found all of the markers that I have in orange, and not a single one of them are in this spot. None of them are in this layout. So I'm like, okay, this is worthless. And I even numbered, like, some of them go like count up in this direction, then suddenly they start counting up in the other direction. So that's how I started. It's like, okay, I wanted to see where the graves were and find them. That was worthless. And then I just kind of started going from there, making my own. There's the cremated remains buried up there. But I only have records starting in '39 for the cremated remains. I don't have any from 1927 to 1939. They were cremated. They were put in food cans in the cannery. They stored them in the attic, and then they buried several hundred at a time. A lot of them were just buried randomly between graves. It was only probably maybe 4 or 5 years ago I really started being more interested in that and photography and checking out the buildings and then learning about the people, and just kind of turned into a bit of an obsession. So Northern State had a newspaper they published on the grounds. And this whole thing and that bin are all print blocks that were used in the newspaper. Glass skylights on the top of the two most deteriorated buildings up there right now. These are juice glasses that were actually used up there. Winfield Hall, the old nurses' dorm, the big one that they tore down. So this is from Winfield. Copper roofing nails. And I found a spot where he gathered a bunch of those. One of my biggest connections is from working on the campus in one of the old buildings in behavioral health. I was a counselor there, a case manager. And I'd just be sitting in my office with this person that is too high functioning to qualify for any state services or anything to help them, but too low functioning to live on their own and take care of themselves. And dealt with hundreds of people like this. And I'm looking out my window at this huge empty building, and I'm just thinking, if there was only somewhere for this person to go. That's what I need for these clients that I have that have nowhere to go, is where I'm sitting right now. Just at heart, I'm a social worker and care about people and think about people a lot and their situation. And it just got to the point where I just got burned out. I got tired of seeing people come through the door, walk back out the door and die. And I have that Facebook group, Friends of Northern State Hospital. And that's my big thing, is it's about the accurate history of Northern State Hospital. Some people want to go looking for the gory details and stuff, but most people want to know what it was. They want to know the history of it. They want to know about the people there. And I do have people contact me all the time about family members and whether they're buried there, and any information I could kind of point them in the right direction.
Lillian didn't know our family. when she was alive. Like, she gave birth to my grandpa, and within a couple of weeks, she was back at the hospital, and I don't know that she ever saw him again. Everybody who knew her in life, of course, is gone. She was born in 1900. Lillian was the third. The story was she was put in a hospital and died not long after my grandpa was born. Well, she was put in before he was born, and so his whole gestation, he was in Northern State with his mother, and she was paroled in late May of 1925 to have the baby. The death certificate says she was divorced. The divorce record said that her husband divorced her towards the end of 25, saying that the child wasn't his, and then gave the baby to the Washington Children's Home. She was an inmate at Northern State Hospital because she'd been infected with syphilis. Nobody knew his mom's story. Nobody knew any of this had transpired. Nobody knew she was in a mental institution. She had 2 little girls. Her daughters were 3.5 and like a 1.5 years old. She lost her kids, and then she had this baby that was ripped away. I mean, I think about her being in that place and not having anybody and being alone. She was put there in January of 25 and died there in January of 34 of pulmonary tuberculosis. There's no record of her remains being claimed. Her records theoretically were destroyed in 1984. She had nobody to speak for her. She had no voice. She had no rights. And she was real. She lived, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. It's exciting, it's scary, it's a little nerve-wracking, but I don't want to get my hopes up for anything. It would just be really, really cool to find something, anything. I mean, even to see her name written down on something, that that the writer that held that pen knew her, interacted with her, maybe took care of her, you know. That would be cool.
Welcome everyone.
Hi there.
And then for this, if you just want to put like Seattle, Washington. So we're just gonna go page by page and we're gonna turn it like that, okay? Now, if you need any help, we're happy to help you.
It's okay.
It's very, I understand.
It's good, it's just a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
She's in there. She's in there somewhere. I just gotta find her. Oh my gosh.
All right, so we were looking for January 25.
Mhm.
Let's go back and find that.
That was when she was admitted.
Okay. March 25, January 1st. Let me just make sure.
There she is.
Oh.
Oh my God. The 29-4264, Lillian Hansen from Skagit County. Female. She was 24 years old, married. Her occupation was housekeeping. She was from North Dakota, and she was received January 13th and committed January 13th of 1925. I've never seen that before. No. Wow, within 5 minutes of pulling a box out, there she is. I prepared myself for there not to be anything. So, she was real. This was her parole date of May 27th, 1925, to go give birth to my grandpa. And so the next page was 293. We'll go this way.
Go that way, you got it.
There she is. Returned from parole June 14th. He was born June 9th. He got 5 days with his mother. Oh my gosh.
This is the admissions register. And this has a lot more information, okay?
Wow.
1924, we're just about to 19, okay, there's January 1925 is going to start on this page.
There she is. One line sums up 9 years of her adult life. But what's interesting is it says that she was cremated, but it doesn't give a date. It just says January of 34. Everybody that we've asked about the cemetery records say that there's no record of a burial of her remains. Wow. Looks like they're alphabetical. There she is. Yeah, so she was treated with hydrotherapy once, which doesn't sound bad until you read up on it and that they put him in a straitjacket and restrained him in the tub. I just can't imagine that that's the only treatment she got the whole time she was there. Now I want to know, like, where was she? What building? What ward did she go to? All three of Lillian's children were alcoholics. They were all cheaters. None of them had good home life. My grandpa didn't beat his kids, but he terrorized them. So that stuff's hard. But when you think about where he came from, family stuff's hard. But if you don't have them, what do you have? Because there's so much we don't know. And this is like the only records receptacle that may have any clues at all. If there's nothing here, then maybe there's nothing anywhere. But I don't want there to not be anything anywhere. I'd like there to be an answer. I'd really like there to be an answer. Realistically, is there one? I don't know. But I'd really, really like there to be an answer. I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Brain's a little tired, but we found her. Now, if we could only find where her remains ended up, that would be really, really cool.
When you spend enough time in the cemetery, you can spot unmarked graves pretty easily. It's a lot harder right there. When you first look at it, it just looks like a grassy field. There were about 24, I'd say, that were visible when I started up there. Last time I counted, there's 205 of them that are visible now. And I've located about 600 so far. Oh, nope. But if that's the edge of one, I'll have metal probes. I'll go around and I'll probe in the ground until I find a grave marker. And they'll mark it with a survey flag. So this is one I couldn't find because that one's not in the right spot. It's not in line. These are in line. That also means there's one right there too that's not in line. This one's really close to the surface. What I want to do now is go grab the iPad and look up who that is, and then whoever with these initials are right around that grave number, then we'll figure out whose it is. J.A.B. I thought that said J.A.B. James Arthur Britt, died in 1919. 207. There's a 7, J.A.B. That looks like a 0. So that 717 is way out of place. That one shouldn't even be there. James Arthur Britt. Born about 1880. He was a fruit packer. He was a white. He was a widower. He was about 39 years old. That's not very old. From Seattle, and he died of general paresis of the insane, which is untreated syphilis, which is a very large portion of people died from that or tuberculosis. I don't suppose the correct one is right next to it. It's a grave marker right next to this one. How far down is that? So this is a good example of things being out of place. I found every one of these like this. Uncovering a headstone that's been covered in grass for 20 years, it's like, wow, this person was completely gone to history, and now at least there's something that's brought back of them. Most of the people up there, everything about them has been forgotten. There's nothing left.
When Northern State closed, in a lot of ways, people just walked away from it.
It closed 50 years ago. And then the campus is just kind of sitting empty. They repurposed some of the buildings, but for the most part, they've just kind of sat there. A lot of people were transferred to different facilities. A lot of people were paroled. There were a lot of people that had nowhere to go. They just simply opened the door and let them out and just wish them the best of luck.
Some were released to families, and some were simply given bus tickets to Seattle, and they just became part of the unhoused population in Seattle. The thing about Northern State is it's a complicated place, and I think our human tendency is to want to make it either like a utopia that was a heaven on earth, or that it was a house of horrors and a horrible thing, and it was neither because it was just human.
The preservation of Northern State Hospital and just acknowledging the things that happened and the history of it, I think both should exist for not only remembering what we once had that we lost as far as services for people, but also the things that happened that should never be repeated. If you forget those things, sometimes in history they end up happening again.
Every time we go up there, you know, it's like pick up a pebble or an acorn or a pine cone, pieces of glass from some of the broken windows. It's a way to be connected.
Like this one's Gothic style. I'm not sure why they did that.
It's really pretty.
It's really cool. I like it.
So are these original?
Yeah. Yeah,
really?
These are all original. And those are heavy.
Oh my God. One of the old push button light switches.
Those are all original too. And
That's
these
cool.
lights hanging by the cloth cords still.
I think it's beautiful. For me, it's like, it's kind of awe-inspiring because hospitals now don't look like this. I just wonder if she was in a frame of mind enough that they would have allowed her to come here. I mean, I hope so. I hope she was able to not just be in a locked ward somewhere. Well, let's go here.
Just looking at that, from what I could say, it's very likely she was in here though. Because of deteriorated, this is when you were worse off, you were in here.
We've known that she was here, but to see those confined spaces, that was hard. Because she didn't want to be here, she didn't have to be here. I just can't imagine what that would be like. You know, you just want to go home to your kids. When I found Lillian's death certificate, then I scrolled a little before and a little back and was just shocked at the number of death certificates that are from Northern State. How many of them are like Lillian that are just gone? And I don't want to let her down. A lot of people may not know that they had family members there. They're dying again to go and get forgotten.
With the piece, yeah. Okay. So let's take a. Okay, so we're continuing to talk about the lost patients and the video Finding Lillian that we just watched. So what was everyone's impressions?
Can we just scroll through the top here down just a little bit, just so we can see what we're presented with? Wait, let's read it as it goes. Okay, keep going. Keep going. So do we want to talk about the piece overall, or get into like the details of how we feel about it? Do you know what I mean? Like, do we want to, how do we want to approach this? Because we were kind of getting into the weeds a little bit a minute ago. Maybe we talk about it as a story first.
Yeah, I feel like that might be the best
let's start there and then go deep.
Even though I really want to get into it.
Yeah, I know. But we should, I think, pull back.
I think that's, yeah, I agree. I mean, I love this investigation. I think it's really important work. So many of these people were forgotten to history and their families, and to find out what happened to them is this sense of some sort of justice in a way. So I really appreciate the work that the journalists did to bring this story to light and to get the buy-in from this main character to tell this very difficult story about her family.
And they obviously connected, the reporters connected with these subjects at a really important time, like at a pivotal time where they were still on this journey. And so they were able to kind of follow along, and were able to kind of like, it unfolds as they're reporting, which is really powerful.
And I thought she did such a good job of finding the two perfect characters to focus on too. The one person who's trying to give a voice to the voiceless by trying to find all of their unmarked graves and connecting them with family members, and then the woman who's trying to find her great-grandmother.
Yeah, it's like a perfect combination of characters to tell the story.
And I even feel like the few like ancillary characters, like I think it was like a architecture historian and a nurse who worked at the facility. Like in each of those cases, I'm sorry, I don't remember now if it's in this piece, which it's definitely in the video, but I don't remember if it's in this scroll. I didn't feel like they took me out of it. If anything, I felt like they were really providing additional context that like helped me understand the place even more.
Yeah.
And that it's something we've talked about a lot is like things having time to breathe. And I felt like each of those elements had a chance to build upon each other into something that felt like a full story.
It gave us a window into the actual experience of like living there, having that nurse.
The history of the place. Like it was a really smart way to get at the history of the place with a firsthand account.
Sure.
I wish we'd heard more from the nurse.
Me too.
I wanted to hear more because she was the character that had the first-hand experience of what this place was like.
Yeah.
And she
like
really
the daily
could have
life.
taken us there
Yeah.
a little bit more.
I feel like one of the challenges would have been, and I wonder if this is something that they thought about, like she was there at a different era that our main character's family member was there. I think there was like a 40-year gap between that time. So she would be speaking about a time that was probably already very different than the moment that this woman is trying to uncover. And I wonder if that was like a tension they were trying to work through. I don't know.
I wonder too if that could have been like on the lower thirds of, just reminding us that she was there at this certain period. I don't know.
That is a really good point because it did have to be a different experience.
Yeah, but still a window in. Otherwise, we have nothing.
Right.
What it was like.
I felt conflicted about the elements that they incorporated into the scrolling experience. I really liked how it started with the photo. I like the intrigue. I thought it was pretty simple but effective. Reading those text boxes as they pop up, and then you immediately get into Carrie Davidson, Lillian's great-granddaughter, runs her hands over the faded photograph. And so I thought that was a really nice transition. And then from there, the really, really big photographs with like kind of text in between, I'm sorry, do you mind scrolling back to the very top and then scrolling down? Yeah, so scrolling down, I really liked that transition, and then I feel okay about how big these photos are with the text. I don't know, it kind of looks a little clunky to me.
I think it's repetitive. I think this picture, we already have the picture of the grandmother or the great grandmother at the top, and so this is already achieved, and I don't think it's necessary to have that portrait in that way. I think the next photo could have been more journalistic approach, like a moment of some sort, or more reflective or conceptual photo would have been nice.
I would have liked some more emotion in this build. Like, there was just a lot of still, and there was video, but it was a click to play,
and there was so much good footage too,
And there was so
the video
much
that
good
we've
footage.
seen. We would have never seen.
that I was really disappointed in is I think some of the most powerful moments in this story happen in that video, and I just feel like the length of it is really preventing the majority of your readers from experiencing it. Like, I felt like that moment when she finds her name in the records.
That was so
I
powerful.
want to see that in this build.
Correct.
Like,
Yes.
It's such an important, powerful moment. It brought this. In some ways, the build itself feels a little cold to me, whereas like the video, like I felt like I was there with her. I was feeling those emotions, and I feel like some of those elements could have been brought into the main build, and it would have been a more effective way of telling this story.
And so when you think about the last piece we looked at and how it was integrated, how those moments were integrated in that really like well thought out way, I feel like that could have been applied to this in a really powerful way. And you know, not everybody's gonna sit down and take 25 minutes to watch that length of a film. And that could be just a matter of like people having the time and resources to like build that out. But I think that would have been really powerful because there were so many strong moments that they witnessed.
And even
Could we keep going a little bit?
Yeah.
And like even just doing like a Control F, like I'm realizing that the nurse that was in the video isn't even quoted in the text of the story, and so it seems like there is a.
Can we stop here? Sorry.
Yeah, it seems like there's information in the video that's not appearing in the text, and then there's information in the text that's not appearing in the video. And I think if you're going to create a video that's 25 minutes long, to me that signifies that you're assuming that someone is either going to watch the whole video or they're going to read the text. They're not necessarily going to do both. And so then there should be information, really critical information that's conveyed in both text and in video if you're not going to integrate it more fully in the way that we've seen in previous pieces.
It makes me wonder, like, what's the purpose of this presentation?
Right.
Because at this, you get around here, and they're like, here's every single separate element that you'll find here on its own separate place, and I don't know why I have this one complete experience that isn't complete. So if you're
But this is in the place of that because it's not.
Yeah, and if you're going to take the effort of incorporating all of these elements, this I say that's like this is really hard. But it's almost like this needs to be like your most important highlights, like the 7 important things you need to know about this. And I'm not saying it needs to be a bullet, but you need to really hit each moment of this piece in this presentation to hook people enough to get them to maybe watch your 25-minute documentary. And I don't feel like this successfully did that, for as fascinating as this story is.
And so we all just found out that pretty important elements of this woman's life were left out of the video, and I feel like could have been part of the presentation, like a bigger part of the presentation. That is, it just makes the whole story more compelling to me, especially when you're starting off with like the human element, which is that she had been the main woman that we're kind of diving into had been raped and then kind of abandoned.
And I think it's also really challenging in the photographs when you're talking about something that happened in the past, right? And the video feels more successful to me in like bringing me there through the additional archival footage, through the connection that I build with the characters. Whereas here, like,
couple pictures, all about the same composition, sort of the same distance, or, you know, I
Yeah.
don't feel very connected to the place or the people.
I think the photography was an afterthought.
Mm.
I think that, I mean, just from looking, I think that the video was the main goal, visually anyway, and that shows because in the video you have all these powerful moments. You're witnessing those moments, and the photos are doing pictures. And so, and yeah, I mean, I think going back, I would have liked to have seen those like moving moments included in the presentation.
Like, I think this is an instance in which if you're gonna have a build like this, you really need to break out the video elements so that they're more fully incorporated.
Yeah.
And then you publish the 25-minute doc on YouTube, and you
Yeah.
don't even include it in the body of this.
I think if I were the videographer, I think I would have a struggle with like revealing moments that are gems or like surprises or those types of things. But I would need an editor to push back on me to be like, no, you know what I mean? Like I can see the struggle there, but I think at the end of the day, like we said before, not everyone's going to watch a 25-minute film, and I think would have really benefited the presentation.
Yeah, I think this investigation is so powerful. I feel they did themselves a disservice by holding all of those really powerful moments in there. It just really makes this build feel so distant to me. These photos feel distant. I don't feel
you
like
see
I'm
these
in
pictures.
The story.
It doesn't have the intimacy.
No, it doesn't have the intimacy, and it is a really hard thing. Like when you're a videographer and you go out there and you tell this really amazing narrative story, you really want to keep it all in one place.
That's the only moment.
And it doesn't.
Like
it feels like
that
kind
looks
of an
really
in-between moment.
And it's not. Yeah, it's just like.
Yeah, and it's hard to make that decision to break your video up, but I think in the service of the story, it is best to have those elements be accessible to the most people.
Yeah, their moment. Yeah.
And then you can point people toward the full video, another location, or you can use your socials to do that too. But I feel like they just did the story a bit of a disservice by not having it.
Could we go down to the credits real quick? I'm curious. I was just having a thought as we were scrolling through this that it almost feels like there's separate stories about the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how this, like, you're taking, each person has done an excellent job at the thing you're doing, and you're just smacking it all together. You know?
I'm really glad that we watched the video though, because if I had just seen what was on this site, I would have been wondering like how it made it this far, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's an incredible story, and
I hope they entered the video and like the doc catalog.
Yeah, me too.
It's really
Yeah.
powerful. That's really, really powerful.
And I thought this was a nice element.
Yeah, the call to action.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, because you get, I mean, hopefully there's a moment in there, like, there are people that probably don't even know that they, you know, you could, it's an opportunity to engage with your audience of your community, right, that might have an impact here. So I thought this was a nice touch.
Was there anything like that in the other presentations that we looked at?
Not that I remember so far, yeah.
Can we just look back real quick?
I mean, that's a good piece of community service journalism.
Yeah, it's important.
So not with
like outreach or
Greece.
No. Not so much. Yeah.
Okay.
My biggest.
Okay.
Yeah. I know.
Okay. Just comments. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right.
All right. Anything else? All good? Okay. So there's two more presentations in this category. I was hoping to get through them before lunch, but lunch is here.
Okay.
Do you want to continue to look at them? Or do you
Should we
want to
just
take-
grab lunch? Do you want to
I wouldn't mind grabbing lunch and just eating.
We can eat
Yeah,
in
can we
here.
come
Let's
back?
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Great. Thank you. So we're looking at our last two submissions in this category. And the first one is Absence and Presence, the gun violence crisis in Rochester, New York. So anyone can hop in with thoughts or feelings about this project.
I like that they started with motion, but I don't feel like this visual gives me a sense of what the project is.
That's right.
They're providing a sense of place without telling me why we're in this place. And so I wish they'd made a different decision and that this drone shot had maybe come down later in the build to give me a sense of what we're going to see.
Yeah, even like the second image starts to get at that a little bit more. That's hard to read actually looking at it up there.
And the headline I'm not sure about. I understand the absence when we're talking about the death, but what does the presence mean? I mean, maybe I'm just not getting it, but I mean, are they talking about police presence? Or are they talking about presence of like who's left? I'm not sure it exactly works.
I thought the stills were really strong on a whole, but I wasn't totally sold on the use of video. I think the first instance comes up after these first few ones, where it's a quote-unquote interview with the guy's kids, which is very sweet. It's a sweet moment, but I think it could have been significantly shorter, maybe, if at all. Even just a portrait of them sitting in those chairs with a quote from one of the sons probably would have gotten me the same information. I also thought it was a little strange. The second video instance is a stills slideshow. That felt a little out of place for me.
Do you know what section that was?
Yeah, sorry, I realize I'm going pretty.
Yeah, should we start at the top and then kind of? Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. Sure.
What? Let's go ahead and do it. Sorry.
It's I think I see it. It's
I was just talking to the.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
The video elements specifically.
It's in what section is this?
It's in a father, but you just have to scroll a little
But then
bit
it's,
further down.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a long section.
I do feel it in
Here.
Yep, right there.
Here. Yeah.
Even the way the video elements are embedded are aesthetically different, which I know is small but kind of bothers me. I feel like it should be uniform.
Can we play the video?
Full pantry.
It's not that long.
It's a different one. It's actually a higher.
I think we were talking earlier about
the boys,
the medium,
That's the boys.
the power of using the right medium at the right moment. And the video in here for me just feels like an add-on that I don't know if I needed.
I agree.
I mean, the kids are really cute, but they're goofing off, and I'm not really getting a sense of their relationship to their father, which I thought would have been a much better use of video there. Even maybe just having the father in the video with the kids.
Them all sitting in his lap or something.
Yeah. I think what this person does so well is clearly they're a really great visual documenter. They've documented these really incredible moments in the community. And so I'm not even sure we really need video at all in this, but if you are going to include video, I think it's, as you all were saying, it's actually seeing the characters interacting with other characters so that you get that intimacy that we achieve so well within these photos.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of video clips that would add something to it, but just placed differently and somewhere else. Like the drone of the city is nice to have. I just don't think it belongs at the top. And I also think that some of the photo editing at the top wasn't, it could have been different. Because again, like the other story, we want to be drawn in from the top visually, and I feel like the first photo of the police officer searching and the kind of like the kind of worried bystander. It's a nice photo, but I feel like
Can we go
maybe
see that photo? It's like the second photo in.
I don't think it's the strongest image that, like, for instance, I think both those, the third and fourth image, like the one at the gravesite and the one of the street with the fire, either one of those could have led, I think, the whole thing. And I think the second picture doesn't belong there. I don't think it belongs at the top at all. Like, I think it's for me, it's a doing picture. It's not quite a moment. And you know, because his hand is kind of in his face, it just doesn't come to the same level as like some of the other images as far as like storytelling goes. It's an important, I think it's a good photo to have information wise, but it could have played, I think, lower in the story.
So at that point, wasn't understanding why we're seeing that photo.
What's that?
I wasn't understanding.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't belong there.
The second photo with the
this one right here that we're looking
yeah,
at.
that one.
Yeah,
okay. I just
Sorry.
don't think it belongs there. It might belong somewhere else down the road, like when we're kind of getting into the story more. But when we're talking about like you know, an image that really defines the project, you know, I really think either the graveyard or even the last picture there. I think that's that tells me the story a little bit more. It gives me a sense of place. And it has a mood, and it's a beautiful photo, and you know, there's a sense of like memorial in a different way that isn't so like on the nose as like at a cemetery.
Right.
So I just feel like that's a really strong image that could have led the whole piece in a really like powerful way.
Design-wise, I think given that this is a capstone project, I was pretty impressed at what this journalist was able to accomplish. Functionally, it's pretty good. I like that you have both the scrolling option and the option for the chapters in the upper right corner, so you can kind of do either or depending on where you want to jump in the story. So I like that. I think a few of us experienced some glitches with the actual loading of some of the chapters, which isn't great. It's not ideal, but I think sort of understanding that this was a student project, it's still really impressive that they were able to accomplish this. I really appreciated the chapter, the Where Do We Go From Here? I thought that was a nice little bit of public service for people who are reading this and maybe feel called to some sort of action or learning more about the issue. So I thought that was nice.
Yeah, it's excellent, especially knowing like it's student work. It's incredible journalism. And I like the information and how it's placed along, you know, within the presentation, like the boxes.
Any other thoughts anyone wants to share on this project? Okay, so we can move on to the final project, the final submission in this series. Which is the massive dam removal on the Klamath may save salmon but can't solve the West water crisis. This also includes the video, which we have already seen in our video categories. But what y'all think about this presentation?
I wish there was some motion at the top or just a stronger top image. I know from the video there were some really incredible drone shots of the Klamath. And it would have been nice to have that sense of place from the beginning.
And it's all about a dam removal.
Right. And you
So,
wanna see-
and water. I mean, so everything about it seems like it's a water kind of movement opportunity. So I would agree with that.
I felt like the use of slideshows was curious to me. I think each of them was only 1 or 2 images at a time, and I feel like I would either want more, like give me more things to look at in that space, or put them side by side. Like I don't understand why I'm being prompted to click when the like return for me didn't feel worth it almost. Like it's a beautiful, they're beautiful images, but why am I clicking to look at this when I could have probably just seen it in the presentation?
And that the cinematograph doesn't exactly work for me. So there's the video, and you keep going down. There's a map, and then there's a photo, and then there's a cinematograph. And that one, just the combination doesn't quite.
I think, is this the first, here's the dam.
Yeah.
So I think they're using, it seems like they're using some of these dam shots as heads, like divider heads, between the different sections.
Yeah, okay.
And it's interesting because on this screen, they actually take up the full, like they go across and they look like banners, whereas
true.
that's not the case for mine. This, it actually like prompts you to go into full screen, so that's a different experience than just like a large video.
I think this could have been cool at the top. This one.
Yeah.
This cinematograph.
That,
works.
that's on screen right now.
Yeah,
that would have been a
exactly.
much more effective topper.
At the top, yeah. And then it might have been cool to do more kind of like conceptual water imagery, like that, but moving.
Yeah.
And that could have like brought us through. That could have like that element could have like really brought us through the whole presentation, because it's all about the movement of water.
Right. Yeah, but I agree. I feel like the slideshows really didn't do anything for me. They actually made me a little bit more confused.
It's a lot awkward.
Anything else to add about this project? I think this is probably more just like a resource issue than anything, but I actually think for a story that is inherently so visual, I wish they had included more ways to have integrated the visuals so it felt more immersive. This is a really long river, and I feel like aside from the map up top, you don't actually get a sense of like place really, or like where you are along the river, or just anything to help give that sense of scale.
So you're thinking in like a map kind of way, or?
Yeah, or even just like being able to, I don't know, like I wonder if there was more they could have done with the journey along the river, and you know, the salmon make this journey up and then they make the journey back, and like the flowing of the river. I wonder if there's more they could have done around movement, or just making you feel immersed in
That's
this
what
area.
that's what I was thinking, was like that's kind of like diving into the water element more, just in how you kind of view the story, but also in the visual, conceptual, visual kind of water.
Yeah, you have this sort of like built-in linear visual that you could have used to your
Yeah, to
advantage.
like going down the river.
Is it time?
Yeah,
Good,
so
just do it.
we looked at all 7
projects. I'll just give a little reminder of what everything was. So, separated by war, a Ukrainian family balances safety, duty, and love. That's funny that this one is now separated by Gaza war. Palestinian families live in fear of next call. Inside the deadly Maui Inferno, hour by hour. Greece says it doesn't ditch. I think it's supposed to be didn't. Oh, yeah. Greece says it didn't ditch migrants at sea. It was caught in the act. The lost patients of Washington's abandoned psychiatric hospital. Absence and presence. And then the one we just looked at, the massive dam removal on the Klamath.
Can we have like 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we scroll over so we can see the thumbnails? This is...
And let us know if you want anything to be open or to browse anything again. Obviously, you can also browse on your own devices.
So, just thinking about, we're really focusing on presentation and not on the power of the story, or like are we trying to separate those things?
Yeah, so I can read this thing again. Okay. The online visual presentation categories are for visually driven stories that feature multiple elements such as text, photos, videos, graphics, illustrations, and animations. Entries will be judged on the whole experience, including the journalism, storytelling, design, interactivity, and engagement. So you're really judging like the entirety.
Experience.
Yeah.
Package,
And like I know it's a little like some obviously had a lot more text, some
Sure.
are really purely visual elements, so you know, but we're looking at every part of it.
Okay.
I feel like there were two standouts for me, like that rise to the top of my list, just to get us rolling. The Maui Inferno, just really, I thought was brilliant. And the Separated by War, I felt was really effective. So those two are sort of the first two that jump out to me.
That's what I had as 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I had Maui as 1 and Ukraine as 2.
Yeah, same for me.
I agree with that.
You agree too. All right. It does seem like there was definitely those like standouts when y'all were talking. Okay, so Maui number 1, Separated by War number 2. Is there a third place?
Third for me is between Gaza Calls and RIT, the RIT kid. Sorry. I'm not calling it the right thing.
Absence and presence.
Yeah.
Absence, presence, yeah. Lost Patience is obviously incredible story. I'm kind of trying to measure the presentation and how it possibly did itself a disservice. So that's a hard one for me.
Yeah, the other one that I would throw in there that I'm trying to think through is the Greece migrant story.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think like,
Impact
how did the
and stuff.
presentation like help me understand the story?
Yeah.
And I feel like the investigation element, the visual investigation element of this,
the impact is really important.
really was effective. It wasn't as like shiny as the other
Yeah.
ones, but I think it was still really effective at showing me something really remarkable.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For me, I'm a pretty strong third on the families separated by the Gaza war. I thought that was just such a smart way to get into that conflict and really globalize it. And like you pointed out, Kathleen, how like this technology has changed how we interact with people that are in war zones and how families, how this brings like almost a new kind of stress and like trying to contact everybody. So I thought that was really smart, and especially the speed that they put that together was really well done. I agree with the Greece migrants, the importance of that journalism of calling out a government and on their lies and having video evidence of that was really strong. Absence and Presence, I think that student did a remarkable job, and they're an incredible visual journalist who got a really great photo story out of it. But some of the elements just didn't work for me, and not just because they didn't work, it didn't load properly, but the video felt like I didn't need it, and the slideshow videos didn't really do that much for me. I almost think it would have been stronger to just be mostly just a photo piece and to highlight the incredible photo work that the journalist did.
I think I can't comment on the Gaza war story, but I think one of the ways that I'm thinking about this category as well is, could this story have achieved its impact if it had been told a different way? And like that's how I feel about Absence and Presence. Like I don't feel like it needed to be designed the way it was. It would have been just as effective if it was just a series of photo essays and text. And I think there were some elements in there that felt like it took away from the story. Greece definitely, like I don't think you could have told the Greece story without that footage. I don't think it would have had the same visceral impact. I really struggle with the lost patients.
Yeah.
Because I think the journalism is amazing. I think the video was so powerful. I don't think the story would have been the same without those video moments. I just feel like all the elements weren't incorporated in the way they should have been.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really taken by the photography and Absence and Presence, and that's I think that's why I'm partly why I'm drawn to it. But yeah, I would have to agree that that there were some kind of glitches in the system of it. But also, yeah, Greece is all about impact and the power of just having that footage. But I also have Gaza as number 3, so I would agree with that for sure, personally.
So
It would for me it would be between Gaza and Greece.
for 3 or 3 and 4.
Or yeah, like.
So which one is third out of those two?
I would lean towards Gaza, but.
Yeah, same.
Agreed.
Okay, and does that mean Grace is honorable mention, or did you want to bring anything else into that? Absence of Presence or lost patients, or?
I personally feel like it's Grease again because of the
Yeah.
way that they utilize this format to tell the story.
Yeah.
Feels more powerful than the other 3.
Totally.
Okay, amazing.
What's next, boss?
Okay, wait, I just messed up. Our next category is gonna be race and identity presentation. So let me just double check, but I do think there is a chronicle piece, Guy.
There
and
is.
I don't know how involved you were,
I was
so I don't know.
I was pretty involved with that.
Okay.
So I might bow out.
So it's, yeah.
My name's in the credits.
Okay, yeah,
I
so
should-
feel free to hang out somewhere, we could grab you, or, yeah, I think that'll probably be best. Go get snacks.
Yeah.
Okay, so for race and identity presentation, we have 3 submissions to look at. I was maybe thinking, since there's only 3, maybe we could kind of have judges look at them like in this period, and then we could talk about them.
Oh, sure, like look at them on our own.
Yeah, like look at all 3,
3.
and then we
Yeah.
could talk about all 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. That
So
sounds great.
while judges are looking, maybe we could take a pause. Okay, so we're looking at the race and identity presentation category, and the first piece is from the Washington Post. Texas uses aggressive tactics to arrest migrants as Title 42 ends. What were your thoughts on this presentation?
One thing I appreciated about the format of this was fairly early on you're presented with sort of the full video, and you know, I stopped and watched it, but let's say you didn't. As you continued through the piece, it did feel like they did a nice job of pulling out sort of like key moments from the video and embedding them in relevant moments in the story, which felt like, in a way, it can feel repetitive if you had watched, but I think is also a sort of like realistic way of using the format and the video. And I thought that was a fairly smart way to go about that.
And actually, I love the way they start out with video and bringing you to that, just like really
the top moment, like the open.
Yeah.
Can we go up and see that?
Just to kind of like this really intense moment of interaction, and then you know, if you keep scrolling,
I think even higher, like all the way at the top.
Okay.
That?
Yeah. And it works well with the text. And then as you scroll down, I like, you know, if you keep going, you know, embedding the video there, I think is nice. So you can have it separate. And then if you keep going, you have stills. And in some ways you would think that would be repetitive, but for me it's not at all, because it's such a fast-paced, fast-moving, intense moment. Like having it there to like really, can you scroll up a little bit? To sink your kind of like, to sink into, I think it actually works. And then I love the bigger detail, the way that they use that. The photo selection here and editing was like really good, I believe. So I just think it's a good combination of video and photo, and the display is really nice. And it seems everything seems very deliberate.
Yeah, I feel like regardless of which way I engaged most with this piece, I would come away with a complete story,
yeah.
Which was a positive for me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the visual variety, there's no repetition.
Mm-hmm. And I did feel like I learned a lot about these characters and sort of their perspectives of this issue.
Mm-hmm. You hear about the town. I would have liked to have heard more from the immigrants.
Yeah, I think there was just one.
Yeah, there was just one,
that,
and
yeah.
I would have liked to have heard more.
Yeah. But yeah, to your point earlier, the like edit of these felt really strong. You know, seeing the car and then having a little bit of motion in the right-hand side, it all sort of completes the picture for me, as opposed to feeling just superfluous.
Right. And I feel like in this situation, I could be wrong, but it seems like there was a photographer and a videographer working.
Mm.
Am I wrong?
It definitely has that feeling.
Because like I can't see.
Yes, it says that there's a photographer and a videographer.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell because the quality of both are really, really good.
Yeah, it makes such a difference because they each get the moment.
Oh yeah, they
right?
got the moment and they nailed it
without having to sacrifice
yeah,
one or the other.
and I love that because usually in these ride-alongs it's like one person and that can be very difficult, you know, being on top of each other. But they did it really, really well. You can tell they worked together really well.
Yeah. Good point.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Should we move on to the next one?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so.
I will say my one quibble with the videos. There were some sound issues.
In what way?
There's a lot of wind noise. Did you notice that? Or just...
With all the outside stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was like interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there were, you know, I think some of it was like an editing thing because it could have been taken out. But that's not as much design. That's a small thing.
Awesome. Okay, the next story is, I believe it's the San Francisco Chronicle, the killing of Richard Oakes. He was the face of Red Power. The true story of his death has gone untold until now.
How do you feel about the going from black and white to color?
Oh, with the images.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels a little gimmicky.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's necessary.
I'm conflicted about it because at first I was like, oh, I didn't really like it, but then, you know, I guess there's something to bringing us from like something in the past to the present, and the use of these like old photos that are in black and white. So I'm not sure. I don't feel strongly either way about it. I'm not sure how I feel.
I could see from maybe a design perspective of like a desire for consistency in a way. You know? So if you do it all, if you present it all at first in black and white, it's like communicating that.
Right.
But I would almost then just say stick with
just make it black and white.
You're gonna know that it's now just
Right.
based off of other visual cues. So that maybe would have been a way to make it feel more cohesive.
Yeah, maybe that's what was happening. And like all the animations black and white.
Yeah. I loved the style of this. I found it really captivating. I would have just watched all of them together. Like, I wish I could have just, like, had each of these moments as, like, a short animated piece that, like, gave me the story.
But I'm guessing that it's paired with how the story is running, you know?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would be giving it all away, you know?
Yeah, but it's almost like
It's hard. Yeah.
I think this story I'm really interested in. I had never heard about this person before. There's history and intrigue, and I think the archival imagery is really powerful. The animation is really well done, but it feels like a really big ask. And then when I get to this video, I've just seen all of these really compelling visual elements, and then I get to the video, and it feels flat to me compared to like how much visual intrigue I've gotten up until this point.
Yeah. Can we play this actually just for a sec?
We feel that the so-called Alcatraz Island is more than suitable for an Indian reservation, as determined by the white man's own standards. By this we mean that this place resembles most Indian reservations. It is isolated from modern facilities and without adequate means of transportation.
When Richard jumped in the water, he was the spark of the Red Power movement. It was just all the young warriors that got tired of seeing the condition on the reservation and the mistreatment for a long time. It was just a hard place to be native. The colonization started, they messed up generations and generations of people. But back then, nobody knew. All that history had been erased. Kids were being taken away from their parents and put in boarding schools. And they started to have termination policies, and that's when they started taking people off the reservations and putting a lot of people into the cities. I think that those issues are what made everybody get up there and stand up for, for decency and for the right to be a human being.
Do you think you have the legal right to claim the island? And why?
Well, you're talking about two different societies now. In my society, or in the Indian society, yes, we do.
Richard was a visionary. He was seeing beyond just now. I believed in him. He was strong, but as a leader, he's right up there with all of the best of them. Some of the great black leaders in the civil rights movement. Alcatraz was a civil rights movement. Like all those great people, he was murdered also.
How long is this?
Like most homicides.
Oh, super long. We can. Do you want to just keep rolling down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's keep rolling down.
I think like compared to the last piece, for example, where we encountered a substantially sized video fairly high in the piece, but then they've repurposed it throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that happens again here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's it's a lot of scrolling.
Yeah.
On this black page.
Mm-hmm. I do like the animation. I wonder about the boom part.
Mm.
It feels almost like a cartoon, like a real cartoon.
Mm.
Like, and this was it kind of brings me, like some animation is supposed to bring you to that reality, but this is almost making it into like not reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a better way of doing that, but
maybe even like the font choice or
just going black or
yeah.
going like doing it not so on the nose.
As I was going, I found myself just like scrolling until I hit the next animation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what made me think like maybe if they had just condensed the animations, I would have been even more hooked.
You think so? Yeah.
I wonder. Yeah.
I think it kept me going, honestly, because if they didn't have those, what other visuals would there be?
Mm-hmm.
Can you scroll back just a second to see what the last? Okay, yeah, like scroll down just a tiny bit. Okay. And keep going now. Part of the story is about land and about who it belongs to. And I kind of wonder if some of the visuals could have been more about culture and land and conceptual.
Mm.
And, I love the use of animation. And I wonder if there's other visual items that could have been told his story or like symbolic in symbolic ways.
Yeah, it makes me wonder,
You know what I mean?
the use of archival footage of
Mhm.
this man speaking, and like, he was this civil rights leader, he was a really powerful orator, like, I wonder if there was a way, especially as you're like getting to know and feel connected to his character, if there could have been more elements of that throughout the piece.
Like his voice coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, even
yeah.
audio, like the
Yeah.
little thing where you can hear him speaking.
Yeah.
Like his words. I want to like have more of his presence, the land presence.
Yeah.
And it could be in a variety of ways. And that said, I think for the most part, I do like the animation. There's some things that I might have thought about differently, but I think it works well, and it brings us into these scenes. And it's important, obviously, important untold story that I've never heard of. And
Cool.
All right. The next one we're going to look at is Rebecoming Mahogany.
I think this is obviously a really important story that needs to be seen. And the journalist, really made a really good connection with this the subject. And being there, following through on their journey. Very powerful. How do you feel about the slideshow element?
I wonder if it could have just been incorporated into the piece. By the time I got to the end of the slideshow, I wondered if maybe I knew the whole story, and did I need to keep going? And there is more to the story after the slideshow, but I think clicking into it in that way didn't necessarily make that clear to me.
Yeah, I think it could. I think the photos could have been incorporated as the story unfolds a little bit better with some photo editing. Kind of like what they did in the post story. Yeah, so like it's a powerful story presentation wise. I don't think it stands up to the other stories that we were looking at.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is a really powerful arc. I did feel like I learned a lot, and it did resonate with me, just like how difficult it is to be in this situation. And, I thought the visuals were really powerful, but yeah, I agree with the presentation for sure.
Agreed.
So out of these three videos,
Can we look at them side by side? Yeah, like there.
so we're looking at Texas uses aggressive tactics to arrest migrants as Title 42 ends, the killing of Richard Oakes, and Rebecoming Mahogany. Is there a clear first place, do you feel?
think the top two have aspects that make it somewhat of a tough call. I think Texas, for me aesthetically, I think it's just really well done and very effective. The use of video with photo and the way that the presentation kind of unfolds, I think was really effective. And for me, I think I'm also just drawn to stories where journalists are able to like document things that are unfolding as they're unfolding, and that's really powerful to have that. And telling stories that happened in the past is difficult, but when it's done well, can also be super effective. And I think that story also, I think The Killing of Richard Oakes also, they executed it pretty well. But I think in my mind right now, and I could be argued out of it, is the Texas kind of is stronger to me.
I feel similarly. I'm thinking about the presentation of the top two, which also feel like the top strongest for me. The Texas story felt like it was the most effective use of visuals throughout the presentation that kept me engaged in the story, kept the story moving. Again, it was a smart edit, a smart use of the visuals, and took advantage of the presentation.
Yeah, it was sharp and really well thought out.
Okay. That would be my first pick.
Yeah.
So first, okay, so Texas is first. Is Richard Oakes second?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For both of you, okay, and then third, most important question is Rebecoming Mahogany, third place, or not?
I have a really hard time with it, only because this is a presentation category, and
yeah, and we are judging the whole thing, not just the photos or not just the video. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that it stands up, and it's not. It can't. I don't know if it can be compared to the other two because the presentation was so much more complicated and in depth and layered in the other stories. And the last one kind of relied on a photo gallery essentially.
Yeah, I agree.
So not third place.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. We have a first and a second. So our next category, I'll just introduce it and then we can do the same thing. We can take a break to have you look at them, but is the culture, sports, and science presentation category. So we have 5 entries in there.
May I use your earbuds? Are they yours?
And let
the one that puts into the
take
Oh,
a
wait,
break,
no,
I
wait,
think,
I don't-
so
Sorry,
they
I
can-
wish it was. You guys
No,
just
that's not
know,
gonna
'cause I
work.
actually have to recuse myself.
right? Okay.
It's a lot of pressure doing it, just the two of us.
Yeah, yeah, a little more.
Keeping the whole team afloat. Okay, so we're looking at what are we looking at actually? Okay, we're looking at the culture, sports, and science presentation category, and there were 5 presentations here. Let's start with Facing the Surge by the Washington Post, which is the first one.
I'll probably say this for a few of them, but I appreciated in a couple of these this experience audio option that they made really apparent in like a soft way. Like I like the sort of like pulsing click here if you want it element. And then just another like tiny design element I really appreciated about this one was the like the tick markers on the right hand side.
So you know where you are.
Yeah, I liked that sense of like locating me in the piece.
Yeah, should we just maybe go through and then y'all can comment on different pieces?
Sure. I think the drone work was good, starting it off and bringing us to the place. I think the vignettes worked pretty well, scattering them in.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the length was good on them. Like they weren't
too long.
Yeah, but they still felt like a complete thought.
Yeah.
I do feel like the filming of them felt a little rough compared to some of the like
Other
drone
really
work,
well, yeah.
Which was just sort of curious. I don't think it like negatively impacted things necessarily, but was just something I noticed. I also appreciated how sort of almost completely immersive this is. It's like once you start, you're in the experience. I didn't have to do a lot of clicking around or a lot of.
Yeah, it just brings you into it. Yeah, you're just and I do like how everything is like all of the visual, like the video and the photos are full frame, like all the way across.
Yeah.
The consistency of that. It does kind of like really bring you to South Louisiana.
Yeah, it's a really strong sense of place.
Yeah. And the variety of kind of pulling out and then going in tight is, and then you're on the bayou. And then a terrible ad. I kind of would have liked to have seen where that restaurant was, to be honest. Or like pulled out a little bit of where we were. But sorry, it's just because I know what it looks like, probably.
Which clip?
Like here, like where are we, like, or just seeing a sense of the restaurant, maybe like when we're shot, I don't know. It's a nitpicky thing.
For someone who like doesn't have any context for where they were in this, I didn't think twice about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought this was a really strong ending. Sort of bringing the whole concept home.
I think it's interesting to bring up New Orleans at the end, because there's there's this kind of sticky point about the bayou being ignored until New Orleans is threatened. And it is important for people to get people's attention. You have to kind of talk about New Orleans too. And I don't know, anyway, it's just in the back of my head.
Yeah. I think also for someone not from the region, it sort of helps orient me a little bit too. You know?
Sure, yeah, like where it is.
Yeah.
I say that because the saltwater water wedge issue over the summer, the bayou was suffering for 3 months, and then not until New Orleans was threatened did anyone do anything about it. Anyway, yeah, no, it's a really nice presentation.
Yeah, I thought this was strong. Yeah.
We'll go to the next one.
Okay, so our next one we're going to look at, it's from the New York Times. They started playing football as young as 6. They died in their teens and 20s with CTE.
Can we go back up real quick? I'm curious. I think the small square of this gives you the sense of like you're looking at like an old timey kind of TV screen. Because at first I'm like, why couldn't this have been bigger? But I think that might have been a stylistic approach. I don't know. What you think.
I also wonder, like, just looking at this like sort of home footage stuff,
Mhm.
like, I wonder if it was also just like a kind of like a forced hand with the media quality.
Yeah,
you know, like
but I
maybe
kind of
if you-
like sometimes
yeah.
when it's like grainy, it gives you a sense of in the past. And because in some ways the headlines kind of competes with the visuals here for me. But
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But otherwise, if you keep scrolling down, this next part was really powerful for me.
Yeah.
Can we maybe listen to it first?
I've been depressed for a long time. My head is pretty messed up and damaged. The voices and demons in my head just started to take over everything I wanted to do. I took a lot of hits through football. Took a lot of concussions. And a lot of times I never told anybody about how I was feeling in my head after a hit. You know, I just kind of kept playing, which was not smart on my end. I know that.
So if you keep going down.
Dad, I know you're capable of doing this, and I want you to do it. After my funeral, which will be an open casket, I want my brain donated to be studied. I feel like it'll be closure for me, and it'll be closure for you guys to know that maybe Wyatt suffered from brain damage. Maybe that was the reason. So do that for yourself. I would like that to be done. I want you all to be happy that I'm free and that I can rest easy. Because my life for the past 4 years has been living hell inside of my head. I love you. Goodbye.
So we keep going down a bit. And then you get here. Keep going. Getting this information. So I think for me, going from that very matter-of-factly message from this like young man who was about to kill himself, he had come to like a really, for him it seemed like a really rational moment of he had to end his life, and then going to these images, it was super powerful, and I think just really well done, and impacting to see their little faces, because he comes across as like this very in control grown man and knowing what he's doing, and he's a little boy, and all these, and then it just, the number of pictures all together just kind of brings home the idea of like how huge football is in our country and how many children and people have been impacted by this.
Yeah, from the first clip of him direct to camera like that, I was like, I was totally engaged in the story. And you're right, that first flow through of all of these little faces, it's just like so gut wrenching.
and such a powerful open.
Yeah. And I will say that I heard this on the Daily, and seeing it was, kind of next level, just seeing their faces and seeing his face.
This is all memorabilia that we've saved. Hunter's first football, and then of course his little play Denver Broncos helmet. What is it, Hunter?
Were you able to hover over and pause the videos?
I don't know if I tried to. I think you can click on them. Can you click on them?
I couldn't.
Doesn't look like
No,
you
it doesn't
can.
stop.
I
You have
couldn't
to let it
stop
play.
them.
Okay.
Which I don't know if it matters, but there was.
You just wanted more control.
I think I did.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but there was like I think I wanted to be able to maybe sit with something for a minute or.
Yeah.
I think that was just an interesting feature that I kind of was looking for at some point. I expected and I didn't get.
Right. Yeah. For me, these vignettes in the beginning, they were working for me. But eventually I get to the point where I want more, and it feels abrupt how they end. And it's like this is the idea that we feel like could have been applied to some of the other stories that we were looking at, like the hospital story, the Seattle mental hospital story. But in this case, I'm not, like, I almost would have liked to have seen a longer piece altogether with the narrative arc, and so I don't let go of the emotion that's happening and like the journey that I'm on. Like, I feel like I'm kind of, it's just a little bit disjointed taking them apart. I think it works in the beginning, but like as we get further into it, like I want to keep going and hearing more, and it's hard for me to stop and then start again.
Yeah, I think as I hear what you're saying. I think as I got further into the piece, it became more obvious to me that it was like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. In the top, I did not feel that way.
Right.
So I agree.
Yeah. My one thing is I wonder, like I was viewing this just in the visuals and the presentation, so I wonder if I were reading it, if I would feel different. Like if I had consumed those little pieces as I was reading, if it would have had some sort of flow. But I don't think that most people view or consume these stories in that way. They either do one or the other and then go back to the other. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a hard, tricky thing.
I do feel like because each of these little vignettes were fairly short, like I don't think anything was over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, when they did sort of autoplay on me and I was like, oh, 53 seconds, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can handle that. Like I don't feel too much pressure with them. And especially because it's so gut-wrenching what they're talking about. Having to be like back to myself to sort of like catch my breath before we like dive into the next thing. I don't know. I also thought this was really well done, pulling in sort of the personal artifacts from these boys. Seeing their handwriting and the way that they tied that into the end with the moms that had like gotten their tattoos of their son's handwriting, I felt was really powerful.
Yeah, that was really beautiful.
Yeah. This, I mean, overall, this presentation to me is very straightforward, but I felt completely immersed in it and really moved by it. It's a really powerful story, and I think it was done tastefully.
Yeah. Can we scroll up one more time? And I guess the vignettes also gave it. We were able to see more of the parents than I think if they were to do like one straight video, because they're, what visuals would they have used? I mean, maybe that was part of the decision. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah. I also like the use of the infographic at the top. I felt like it was an effective way to just sort of like
Yeah, can we
very
look at-
quickly give me an overview of the issue itself,
Mhm.
and then immediately humanizing it.
Yeah. They're not just numbers.
Yeah.
Little boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it answered some questions I found myself thinking as I was looking at this, like, well, how old were they, and what sports did they play, and you know, I'm starting to wonder things as I'm looking at them, and it starts to answer for me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The next video on the list is Ghosts on the Glacier by the New York Times.
Can we just start scrolling on this? Yeah. You might need to reload that because that shouldn't be, I'm not sure.
It's funny, I'm also, it's not loading for me right now.
It's not loading for you either?
Looks like the page is
Huh.
Oh,
There we go. Okay. Weird.
grab everything up to the end of HTML, not the full.
I think as we wait for this to load, I remember the top. I think we talked about this off camera a little bit, but they set up at the top this like found camera and this like mystery.
It could be a mystery solved.
Yeah. And it definitely hooked me, and kept me scrolling, but was sort of disappointing.
Yeah. So yeah, let's read what it says. Now a camera belonging to one of the deceased climbers has emerged from a receding glacier near the summit. And one of the mountaineering's most enduring mysteries has been given air and light. Goes on the glacier. So yeah, I think we both were anticipating that there was something was going to be revealed by the contents of the camera or the film, and that's a story issue really.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure.
Not a presentation issue.
No.
Yeah.
We just had a question mark.
If you actually go back to the BOP page, there's like a little video of the scrolling, which at least we could watch if there's anything you wanted to talk about the opening with the visuals.
Okay, sure. I remember when this first came out and seeing it and being, just visually it's beautifully done in every way, and like the usage of the old photos, the execution is excellent, I think.
Agreed. And I felt like each of the components, again, like really added to the story. Again, I'll like keep saying this. I appreciated that the video portions were concise and kept the story moving. They didn't full stop me and say, watch this whole thing now before you keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I like the format changes. I was definitely captivated.
Yeah. And all the characters were intriguing, getting the sister, and giving us like, there were some nice little surprises in the videos. There weren't the ones that we thought. Like, it did create a lot of intrigue. There are a lot of questions about if there's some sort of conspiracy going on.
I thought all of this sort of like location setting work was effective,
Mm-hmm.
to give me a sense of the scale and where we were.
Yeah.
A like minor detail that I liked was the little like sort of chapter headings, like the light illustration on the chapter headings. I thought were just another nice touch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute.
Which category? Which category?
CSF. culture science,
Oh, culture science.
and sports and science.
Yeah, the archival is really great too. Yeah, I think separating out the videos was a good idea as well, and they carried us through.
I guess overall, I felt like this was strong. I didn't really have many complaints with the presentation here. I don't think it did anything that I was surprised by, but I think it was effective in the way that I was using this.
Yeah.
All right, should we move on to the next one?
Sure.
The next video that we're going to look at, the Washington Post, how NASA plans to change the way people fly to the moon.
It's my favorite part.
What y'all think?
I think it's a good explainer. It's clean, provides information well.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a standalone, yeah.
Yeah, an effective way to communicate what this is, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's a divergent from the other entries, which are more human based. So and perhaps complex in different ways. Yeah. We can go to the next one.
Okay, our next video. Inside the hidden archive of San Francisco's most iconic museum.
Can we rest on some of the, just kind of let it play through real quick. Okay, we can keep going, yeah. Oh, so there's a menu you can pop down. I didn't even notice that one.
Yeah, and I like this. It made me feel like I was sort of in a
You have
guidebook or
control,
something. You know? Glossary.
One thing that I enjoyed about this piece, if we keep going down, I like how, the 3D kind of coming in and out. It's really interesting. And then keep going here. I kind of liked the kind of invitation to like look at these captions, like the 1, 2. I like saying 1, I'm gonna go there, and then 2, 3. So it makes me want to read the captions and learn more instead of having like a really long description. It's I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't know if
I did not even
did
do
not
that.
know
Yeah.
that. Sorry. That's cool.
Smart.
So maybe there needed to be an invitation to do that because
Yeah,
I had,
I guess
oh,
it was
it's
there.
right there. We weren't reading. I'm used to reading captions below, and you know, we weren't reading the entire story. Yeah, that's really cool.
I loved how they photographed the animals like this.
Mhm.
And I feel like the use of like motion in
Yeah.
this was effective
Yeah.
for me. Like the turning the pages, the seeing the different sides of the bud, you know, all that kind of stuff. It felt.
And I like the use of the black background here because you feel just feels more immersive too.
Mhm.
It's all part of the piece. And I like this too. This was really interesting.
Yeah, you know, typically I find the like click to hear this a little like
Annoying, but
here it was like I actually do want to hear this.
Yeah.
Like, this was a really smart use of this.
Totally.
Can we listen to one? We don't even need to play the whole thing. I just
Yeah.
wanted people to hear.
It's fascinating. Cool. Yeah, it's really well done.
All right. Any other thoughts on this piece? I think that is the 5th one. So those are all the pieces in this category. So we're judging on facing the surge, how Louisiana armed itself against the seas in the years after Hurricane Katrina and working to rebuild. The CTE project, they started playing football as young as 6. They died in their teens and 20s with CTE. Ghosts on the Glacier, about the lost camera and the hikers. How NASA plans to change the way people fly to the moon. And inside the hidden archive of San Francisco's most iconic museum.
For me, the two that come to the top are football and glacier.
Mm-hmm. Those are mine too.
And I would have to say football is number 1. If you just, I mean, it's tight. It's very tight. But for me, content is, if it's going to be a tight race, like I would say like content and impact are going to trump everything for me. And I think the presentation on both of these projects are excellent. But I think the football kind of rises to the top for me.
Yeah, each presentation choice in this one felt like it furthered the story for me and had an emotional element to it for me. So I think this one definitely would be my top pick.
Okay.
So CTE is first.
Maybe to knock one out, I feel like the NASA explainer was really tight and a clear approach and a smart way to visualize that story, but compared to the other ones, didn't feel as immersive to me.
I agree.
So I would say if we needed to knock one out, that would be my last pick.
I agree with that.
I'm also comfortable with the glacier piece being 2.
I agree also with that. Yeah, glacier is 2 for me.
Okay, glacier is 2.
how do you feel about the museum piece versus the surge?
I think museum is different, and they tried some really an interesting approach to taking us on a tour of this museum. I think the other one is kind of more typical. I'm going to also say that this is a place that I cover a lot, so it's I've seen these stories so many times, so maybe, I don't know, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I'm like trying to remind myself from a presentation perspective.
Yeah, let's think that.
The museum, I felt, utilized visual approaches in a way that was really smart and engaging and creative, and you know, sometimes I feel like a hover, a click, a drag is like a little too much, and here I definitely felt like an engaging way to show me an artifact. I learned something. Like you mentioned, the numbering even of the hover was like a nice invitation to interact with it. That just was a small touch that I felt like helped tie it all together. Versus the surge, just like you're saying, I felt like it really took me to a place in a really strong way. I love the full screen visuals of it. But I felt like just the presentation choices of the museum were more varied and interesting.
I agree. Yeah, and the surge was, it was really well done and effective, and what I would expect out of that media outlet. But yeah, I think the museum was creative in a kind of like a different way, and they put a lot of extra effort in a subject that they didn't have to. I think
maybe 3 and 4.
Sure. Yeah.
So surges are honorable.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Yay, another category done.
You feel a lot of pressure doing this in front of you.
You were already stressed because it's just us.
I was you before, so I know what it's like. And I was her before.
I'm just like, you guys are sitting in the back. I'm like, I wonder what they think.
You just have an audience now. Yeah. I mean, more of an audience.
Are we still online? Yeah.
Yeah, we
are. Oh my God.
So we're looking at the innovation category, and just a reminder of what this category is. So this is for moonshot projects, visual stories, innovating with the emerging technology, reporting techniques, or engagement tactics. Virtual reality, augmented reality, 360 video, or other immersive story forms are eligible. Novel uses of technology such as AI, machine learning, natural language processing, drones, sensors, and remote operated cameras are eligible. Stories that are published natively off-platform through an open platform or social media are also eligible. So just to keep in mind when we're talking about these pieces, there were 3 pieces in this category, and let's talk about the first one, When Ukraine Goes Dark. Can you actually, yeah, perfect. So what y'all think?
I mean, I think this is a really good story idea of, you know, what it's like to be there in a conflict zone, an aspect of it, of living there. And I think their approach with the darkening of the image is effective. I kind of wonder, it's a little wonky for me. I see where they were going with it, but I wonder if maybe if the line, if the gradation was a little different, if it wasn't so sharp, like if I would have felt differently about it. I don't know how to talk about this. I really liked this, kind of having that before picture, bringing us to what it was like previously, and then into the darkness, you know. But I think, like, presentation-wise and the effective, I think the presentation was super effective in telling the story of you know, living in darkness during war. Overall, for me.
Yeah, I completely agree. And actually, it wasn't until I got nearly to the bottom that I realized that the transitions with the overlay were transitioning to different images of them in the dark. And I like went back and like looked at it again with that in mind, and I just thought, look, it was a unique way to show how life has changed for these people, yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was a unique visual presentation.
Yeah, and if we're talking about just like being innovative, like this is, you know, if we're dealing with innovation, like I think this definitely succeeded.
Yeah, it was employing visual techniques that we haven't seen at all yet.
Right.
In a way that furthered the story, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. And I really like the little videos that came up, and it just, you know, gave me a little bit more of a sense of who these people are and what their life is like. And the darkening screen was really cool. Kind of felt like I was in the dark for most of this piece, which was really effective. And like you said, Kathleen, just a really smart way to tell the story of what it's like for the people just living in this conflict zone, and how it affects everyday life.
Yep. And each, like you said, each of those kind of vignettes added another layer, or told us something different about their stories, and it gave us just another kind of like slice of life. And I think that was really effective. Whereas, you know, some of that approach in other stories felt a little more janky to me. It worked. It flowed really well in this piece for me.
Yeah, for sure.
So really well done.
All right, let's look at the next piece. How lithium gets from the earth into your electric car.
I am curious about whether whether this fits the category.
Yeah, I think that's a decision that you all can come to. I'd love to hear what other people think.
I guess they're applying it to this category because it's basically an Instagram story. Is that, I mean, it seems like that's the way it's working. It's like it's stories. It's a stories approach, right?
We build these at the Chronicle sometimes, and we call them, they're like Google AMP, and there's like a, that's what I really struggled with in this. It's like I've seen these for a few years.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that innovative.
It's not innovative.
And also, we saw this same format with the Gaza story with the phone calls. I don't know what makes this presentation different than that.
For me, the difference is the storytelling. Because in this one, the story, we think the story is one thing, we're told the story is one thing at the very beginning, but actually for me, the story starts in the very middle. And I'm not sure that that we have a good grasp of what it means for the communities. I mean, it's not until the very middle that we find out that it's a problem for, that it could be a conflict for these communities. And I would like to know more. Like, I feel like by the time we end, I'm like, I understand. I mean, I'm interested. It's obviously a story that needs to be told, and we need to, I mean, this is something that is like all in our lives every day, and we use the technology that utilizes this, but, and then, in our pharmaceuticals and everything. So it's an important story, but it seems like the conflict should have been presented at the beginning. And then we can find out about how it's made and like the importance of it. And then more about the conflict. Like, I feel like the story arc, if you're going to use this, approach, I think the arc and the storytelling needed to be different. Makes sense.
Yeah, I guess the story aside, like, there's nothing new about this to me. There's nothing innovative about the presentation.
Oh yeah, for presentation wise now.
Like, even story-wise, like, I don't see how this is an innovative approach.
Right.
Especially even in comparison to the other two in this
Yeah,
category.
if we're just talking about innovation alone, it's like now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the description is visual stories innovating with emerging technology, reporting techniques, or engagement tactics.
I mean, this is an engagement tactic, I guess, because it's like chopped. It's like told in this way, but it doesn't seem. It worked better. This format worked better for me with the Gaza story because of the way the interviews were, and it was all about like the grouping of the people and showing like the amount of people in that way, and for that specific story, I think it worked, but not for this for me.
I feel like these were innovative a few years ago, but now it's just I see them pretty often, and I'm just like. It's just
and why? What is the intention? Why did they feel like they needed to tell this story in this way? Like,
yeah. Did we get something different out of this story because it was presented in this way?
Right. No.
I mean, I do feel like these types of stories are an engaging experience because they're different and they're inherently very visual, and so I do enjoy that about it. But I agree with you. Like, it didn't, like, there was nothing about the format that really spoke to the storytelling.
And I just had a look. I felt like, Okay.
Okay, and the third one, how the National Zoo weighs its animals from elephants to red pandas.
Remind me how they phrased the third thing in that our category description.
So
like encourages engagement or something.
Engagement tactics.
This is 100% that to me. When it comes to how many times can I get someone to click this story?
Yeah.
The engagement tactics here totally work. I mean, it's I'm a sucker for this.
Yeah.
At first I was just like, oh, cute animals, and oh wait, there's a quiz, and I got the first one wrong.
Yeah, and then I felt like a failure.
Yeah, and then I was like, what? I'm wrong? And then I'm like, wait, but then how can they expect me to know this? I'm like, oh, if you read it, you'll be able to pass the quiz. You know, so it's like a really smart way of like, hey, stop, watch this, read this, and you'll like ace your quiz. And that I thought was fun. I thought it was a fun way to go about this.
Yeah, and breaking them up too, so you can, you know, you don't have to spend 10 minutes on all that. Yeah, I think that's good.
I did feel toward the end I was getting a little bored with it.
Yeah, it was too much.
It was like too many animals. So
yeah.
I'm going to cut down on that a little bit. But
Yeah.
it was a fun experience. I was like interested in the quiz. I totally failed.
I failed last. I think the last video could have also been shorter, and you know, it would have made it cuter and more zippy.
I agree with that on several of the videos. I felt like it was just
too much.
little bit too much.
Yeah.
But overall, I thought this was really fun, and like a playful story and a playful approach, and utilizing some techniques that we haven't done yet, or seen yet, rather.
All right. Is there a clear standout from you all?
I think the darkness.
Darkness.
For sure.
Everyone
Yeah,
agrees?
it was
Okay.
excellent.
So darkness is one.
I would do Zoo second.
Okay.
It's like it fits that like get you to engage thing like on the head.
Yeah,
you know.
Sure.
Okay, and
I'm not sure I would place this.
Yeah, I feel like this is the question. Is it placed or is it not?
I would not.
Not for me.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Amazing. So we're on to our last category.
You and me, Kathleen.
Oh no, you're leaving again?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
Okay. We got this.
We can do it.
Here's the do a little sand.
Eat too much candy.
So,
still streaming.
Yeah. Do you want to talk? So we are now looking at the portfolio presentation category, and there are 3 entries in this category. As a reminder, each portfolio entry has 4 pieces in it, and they're to be judged as a whole portfolio, not as individual standalone pieces. So the first one we are going to look through is from the San Francisco Chronicle. And the first piece up is this piece, The Big Melt Transformed California.
I love the like boxing of certain words and phrases. It's almost like creating an audio aspect of text, of like you would have like a certain inflection in that, and like that brings you to those words. Anyway, just a note. And I love the diptychs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought they were really effective.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen a lot of like climate-related, sort of nature-focused stories over the course of the weekend, and this presentation felt really effective to me in the way that it helped me understand the scale of the issue, introduced me to a few characters, and utilized all the visual elements in a way that was compelling. Versus like some of the video pieces that we saw where it could maybe feel like it was starting to drag. I feel like the visual variety in the presentation was really helpful in keeping me engaged.
Yeah, the combination of like data and then pulling out and giving you a sense of place, and then these like kind of moments, cultural moments. The combination and the flow works really well.
One like minor note that I had on this one was that there's a moment that we've already passed, but don't worry about going back, where there's a woman sitting next to the river and she's singing a song.
Mm-hmm.
And I clicked on it and the audio turned on. And at that point, that was my first interaction with audio in the piece. And from then on, whenever I hit emotion, I was looking if I needed to turn on the audio. And I at least didn't encounter any more audio in the piece.
Right, there was no other audio, I don't think, yeah.
And I also had to, and this might have just been how my interaction worked on my screen at the time, I had to scroll back to turn it off. Like it kept looping.
Mm-hmm.
And that just sort of took me out of the experience a little bit. Super minor, but just
right.
One small note that I had about this.
Glitchy.
Yeah.
Can you go up just a tiny bit on this one, just for a second? Just let me read this real quick. Just. Okay, you can keep going. I feel like that's a little repetitive, those two images.
Sorry, could we go back a second to the map? And then a little bit further up. So when you go to the box, can you scroll one more up? Thank you. The struggling salmon, I was looking for, I found myself seeing these visual indicators and wondering, like, am I looking for a black box where I should see where the struggling salmon are? And sorry, Jennifer, could you go up one more time? So here with the Lake Oroville, you see the blue comes on, the salmon comes on, and it's like the black text, and maybe that's
right,
what
like
the visual cue is supposed to be.
Right. I guess I wasn't confused by it because it had already been, that same kind of like element was used earlier, and it didn't really, I don't remember it correlating to something on the map. But yeah, I can see how that could be confusing.
Yeah, it's either like if it's gonna, because if we keep going now, if we keep scrolling down, you see the salmon comes up here. We keep scrolling, the rice pop up with that like rice visual cue, and it feels like a thing where if you're gonna do it with one,
Yeah,
I would.
Maybe the box is talking about the circle.
It's tricky.
Yeah.
Make it a circle.
Yeah, right. Or put salmon, or I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe I'm like
some sort of indication.
I'm just like being a pest, but
yeah.
that was just
a little glitch
little
for
thing.
you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, let's keep going. And I love these sliders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, these sorts of, especially with these landscapes that are showing big changes like this, are so effective with this slider stuff.
Yeah. So as far as like innovation goes and like presentation, it's really a nice package.
Yeah, for sure.
And just like weaving in these moments, these like human moments on top of it, it's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right. The next piece in this series, in the submission by the San Francisco Chronicle, is this California cheerleading story, which is another one we had not seen before.
I thought this piece was well done. The photography is really strong. The light animation and the text headings are fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just around here that I started thinking, like, why am I not seeing them doing the things? I wanted more motion. And
what do you mean by more motion?
Like, I want to see them doing the stunts, you know? And we do here, but I think you see it at the top, you see a sort of breakdown of a stunt here.
You just wish you had seen it up at the top?
I think I just wanted more. Like, I just wanted to see them
doing more.
Mm-hmm. It felt like an opportunity to, like, bring more motion into the piece.
You think more artfully?
Just like, I don't know. You know, like watching these routines play out in stills, just felt like maybe there was a chance to, again, just like bring some more motion into it. But at the same time, I thought the photography was really strong.
Mm-hmm. Let's swing back to the top with that one more time. Sorry. So this isn't doing it for you?
I think I just want more of this.
Okay, like throughout?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like, this is definitely working for me.
Okay.
But it feels like, oh, I'm going to see some of this.
Right.
Or,
Yeah.
you know, see a little bit more of this.
Gotcha.
And I don't really get that again.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I feel like, well, no, I think this is a great lead. I think for me, if we're talking about injury, I want to see like girls who have been injured and maybe them doing exercises to try to, you know, to like heal or like going to the doctor or like getting. I'm sure that they have physical therapists that they work with. I would. That's visually what I feel. I mean, I don't remember seeing it, but it seems like something that's missing if we're talking about statistics of getting hurt and that kind of thing. I don't know, is that?
Yeah. But I think from a presentation perspective, this was effective for me. I felt like the balance between the visuals and the data was strong.
Yeah.
They built upon each other well.
Yeah.
The visual variety was great.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, getting behind the scenes and getting moments or not just cheering is also added another layer.
Yeah.
Which was good.
Yeah, it was good.
Cool.
Okay, the next piece in the submission is Inside the Hidden Archive of San Francisco's Most Iconic Museum, which we had previously just looked at in the former category.
Mm-hmm. I think since we just looked at that and we talked about it, I think we can just kind of swing through it real quick. And yeah, we thought this was a really interesting approach and like very, we appreciated the effort and time they put into like being really creative and how to tell this story.
Yeah, and I feel like from a portfolio perspective, it shows a different approach to this presentation. A different elements of visual storytelling. It shows that the team has range.
Right. Mm-hmm. They're creative and they're different approaches.
Okay, the next one in this submission is The Killing of Richard Oakes, and we also looked at this a few categories back, but we could just scroll through as a refresher.
And again, this one was this was a creative and different approach, different from the last one, and like when they were thinking about how to tell this story specifically in a way, at least a story that happened in the past, how to tell it, effectively and humanize it and like bring in humanization, and we think it was very effective in doing that.
Yeah, and similarly to the last piece, showed some new techniques, especially in the illustration animation portions, that were really visual.
Cool. I think we
Cool.
can move
Great.
on.
Thanks.
Okay, so that was the submission from the San Francisco Chronicle. Next,
NPR colors.
we can look at, why don't we look at the Washington Post? Okay, so the Washington Post has 4 submissions, the first of which is Separated by War, Ukrainian Family Balances Safety, Duty, and Love, which also was a project we have already seen earlier in a single category.
I feel like we've talked about this piece a lot today, and a lot of what we've said is still ringing true for me, that the visual storytelling is really strong. The presentation here really helps drive the story. The little elements, I remember we were discussing earlier, the little motion of the images sliding apart throughout the piece to sort of emphasize the division. It's just a nice light touch of animation. And again, it was just really impressive how they were able to sort of put together these 2 diptychs from different places and have them really complement each other all throughout the piece.
Yeah, the amount of like pre-reporting and coordination that it took, both in the process and in the editing, is impressive.
Yeah, you can tell an incredible team. It took incredible teamwork to pull something like this off.
Right. Yeah.
I'm good to go on.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one in the submission is Texas uses aggressive tactics to arrest migrants as Title 42 ends, and we also already saw this piece and talked about it.
And yeah, so as we said earlier, the visuals that lead are super effective of this just very high intensity moment, and the kind of combination of video with the photos. One might think it would be repetitive, but I think it's effective of like bringing us into this world, and it kind of it's woven in together really well. Just like the elements of, can we slow down just a tiny bit? Yeah. You know, between moments and information and different sides of the story, the combination, I think, works really well. And how like the photos and the video are kind of flow together. It's nice.
One thing I really appreciated about this presentation was that it didn't assume that their audience was going to watch the full-length video that they started with at the top. And I thought that they were really smart about then pulling out some key moments for the video and interspersing it throughout the rest of the presentation. It could have been repetitive, like Kathleen was saying, but I think what it did for me was just ensure that their audience was getting a complete story no matter how they engaged with this. So I really appreciated that about this presentation.
And story-wise, the only thing we felt was lacking was voices from immigrants. It felt heavy on the other side a little bit.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. This is Inside One Man's Harrowing Fight Out of the Maui Fires, and this is a piece that we're actually engaging with for the first time, so we haven't looked at this previously.
Don't worry, that'll be done. I know you guys see. I tried my best to say this, but. There. Now, I step back, hiding right here.
I think this was an effective use of user-generated video, and then combining it with some photographer's work, and keeping it simple with the storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And so it flows really well in that way because of that, and then adding in maps and data.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable sourcing, just generally.
Right, yeah.
I sort of just happened to start this on my phone, and it was so effective in a mobile presentation to watch something that was recorded on their phone.
Mm-hmm.
I felt very immersed in it, and I think they were really smart with how they edited this footage, how they packaged it. I felt like there was an arc to it. I wasn't just watching, video after video of this guy chatting. I definitely got a sense of a real first-person account, and because of the presentation, I felt very there
Mm-hmm.
with him,
Yeah.
Which I found effective. I don't think there was any. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah.
I don't think there was anything particularly very new about this presentation. It's pretty straightforward to me what we're doing, but again, I think it was really effective in that straightforward presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the last submission, or the last part of the submission, is separated by Gaza war. Palestinian families live in fear of the next call, and we had looked at this earlier in the day.
And I think having looked at a number of other stories that use this same technique, I think we decided earlier that this was probably the most effective use of that because of the story, which is this is kind of about showing the numbers of all of these people who are waiting by their phones every day to know whether or not their relatives are still alive, and so putting them together in this really tight group, I think, is what makes it powerful, and hearing the emergent kind of like emotion in that way, I think is what makes it powerful.
Yeah, and I think one thing we talked about earlier was also the timing of this piece. It was fairly early on in the beginning of the conflict, and just felt like a team that mobilized really quickly and came up with a creative way to really bring a human element to a story that was still developing.
Yeah.
I also think as just thinking about these 4 pieces together, each one has a different approach. Just thinking about the presentation, like this is, a new technique for this portfolio at least.
Yeah.
So it does show a bit of range for this group.
Well, the one man that fought Maui, or the fire, is the same. It's a similar type of click through, but it's like a different
like
story.
One's vertical and one's horizontal.
One is a narrative, and then
These are more vignettes.
Right, exactly.
I think from a presentation perspective, maybe it shows how each
they can
one
be used
can
differently,
be used differently.
and
Exactly.
that, and they're done well in for the ways that they're doing them.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, thank you.
All right, so then the last submission we have in this category is from the Seattle Times. And the first video of that series is, the first presentation in that series is The Lost Patients, which we already looked at earlier today at the video Finding Lillian.
Again, we were really taken with the story. I think we found the video to be very powerful, and we had a lot of opinions about how a few things could have been different with the presentation. So I would say, the video kind of stands on its own for me, and the presentation doesn't stand up to maybe the story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think one thing that, I feel like the presentation here hurt the story.
Right.
In a way that I didn't have that experience with anything else we've looked at so far.
Mm-hmm.
The video was so powerful. And I feel like it was really challenging to figure out how each of these different elements were working in concert with each other. I think I've wondered if there was some separation between the teams that were working on each one of these elements, and it felt a little sort of smack dashed together. It's very thoughtful. I don't mean to say that, but I definitely get a sense that they're. It feels like the elements are competing for attention here, as opposed to like presenting the full story, the full breadth and emotional impact of the story.
Yeah, there's some bullet points that we see in the video that could have been pulled out and been in this presentation in some type of way that would have, I think, elevated the whole presentation and would have kept me going.
Mhm.
And it might have even, and even if you could have like brought out some vignettes out of the video that would have actually brought me into watching the full thing, the full
Mhm.
video.
Mhm.
And so I think when we're dealing with presentation, that's something to think about, is like how, especially if you've worked so hard on producing this like amazing documentary, how do you get people to watch it?
Yeah.
And that's one way, is like through your, just like engaging presentation, pulling people back in.
Okay, the next one in this submission is called Not Sick Enough, How Insurance Denials Can Delay Life-Saving Eating Disorder Treatment. And this is also, this is a new one that we haven't seen previously today.
I thought the approach with animation was a good choice, a creative way to keep it anonymous and protect the subjects, and but also like create empathy and humanizing the story. I think the video and the audio and the visuals are really lovely and sweet.
Mhm.
And I like the visual elements of like the butterfly that kind of is kind of sprinkled in.
Yeah, the repurposing of the animation style throughout the piece was a nice touch.
Yeah. Because it's a heavy subject, but there's a tenderness to the color and the art.
Mm-hmm.
And was that the actual voice of the girl, or was that an actor voice?
Good question.
I was just curious. If it was,
everything else can kind of.
Maybe it'll say at the end. I'm just curious.
The caption on it, maybe?
It could be at the end, maybe.
Right here.
Oh, right there.
She tells her own story.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay.
Okay. The next presentation in this submission is the massive dam removal on the Klamath may save salmon but can't solve the West water crisis. And we did look at this earlier today, and we watched the video, I think yesterday. So I feel like we could just talk about this briefly.
It's a good story, and the presentation gets the job done, but there's not the innovation that we're seeing in some of the other stories. I don't think it is at the same level for me.
Yeah, and I think some of the visual choices stopped me rather than kept me moving through the piece. For example, the short slideshows were one thing that really stuck out for me the first time we looked at this, and that stays the case for me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the last submission, or the last presentation in the submission, is Salmon Parks Inside a Movement to Conserve Pacific Northwest Old Growth. So this is also a new project, or a new presentation.
I found this really effective and engaging presentation of this story. I feel like I've struggled a little bit with some of the videos around this topic and feeling really able to just understand some key takeaways about the issue that we're diving into, and this presentation to me felt like a really smart way to sort of break out interesting nuggets of this story and present them in a visually engaging way. I thought this was well done.
Mm-hmm. Just a nitpicking of the color, the block color of the green is a little bit dark for me, and it just competes just a little bit in some of the, when it's scrolling. And this, yeah, the video was beautiful cinematography, and enjoyed it. Nice photos.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you. Like here, my eye goes to the text more than the photo, and that's when there's a little bit of a competition there. That's not a huge deal. There it works, but it's like when it's on its own. That's cute.
I feel like this also, for this portfolio, shows some range too for this group.
It's good visual variety. Okay, we can.
Did this glitch
This
for you?
glitched for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my one. It wasn't here. It was with the little.
This
plant.
happened to me here, and then again with the plant.
With the plant,
and
it
I
like
wonder if it'll
it like
happen again.
jumped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you.
So that was the submission, the portfolio submission for the Seattle Times. So now is the fun part.
Cool. Can we go offline just for 1 second?
Yeah.
Just for a question.
We don't even know,
I think
but
we
we'll
will
see.
be. I think we will be. I don't know for sure, but. Leon?
Yeah.
Can I tell you my top 2?
Sure.
Or do you want to tell me something else?
I think you should go. You go for it.
No, I'm afraid.
Tell me your tell me your top 2. 1, 2.
My top 2, and this is not in particular order yet.
Okay.
Are the Washington Post and the Chronicle.
Same.
Okay. Do you have a strong top in that 2?
I think so. Yes. I think that when I think about the best presentation and the stories and all of that combined, the 2 stories that are like really come up for me are the War Family and the immigration story. And just really powerful. And then the other 2 stories are also like we just went over. They utilize like a storytelling approach that worked really well in both of those situations. So I think as a whole, that's like it's a really good package. It's a really good portfolio.
Yeah.
You know, and all of these portfolios are excellent. But then the Chronicle, I think as we discussed, you know, the Yolks killing was incredible. It's like a really wonderfully told story, and you know they used a lot of creative like approaches and an untold story as well. It was powerful. It stood out to me, and the other stories in the package were also powerful and well done. But I think when you look at it as a whole in those portfolios as a whole, I think the Post definitely stands out.
Yeah. One thing that I'm like kicking around when comparing these 2 is the range of visual techniques that each one was using. I do feel like the Post pieces were so strong and the presentation really propelled the story, which feels really important to me in this category. But I do also feel like the San Francisco Chronicle's portfolio shows more range in different elements. Like each one of these pieces has a really unique visual approach to it. And that's where I'm like
it's hard.
in the tension.
I think too, like I'm drawn, it's like a content aspect that I'm probably, that's part of probably why I'm pulled towards the Post entry. The Chronicle, it's more investigative, and there's different mood to them. So, you know, that I think the Post stories are more emergent, and so that might also be part of how I'm feeling about it. But if you're looking at presentation, I think the Chronicle did an incredible job of you know, employing like really creative approaches.
Yeah.
But we're to look at kind of like the whole package.
The
It's
whole
like
package.
definitely a presentation is super important, but like how does that deliver the story?
Another way that go ahead.
I just wanted to reread the thing. So entries will be judged on the whole experience, including journalism, storytelling, design, interactivity, and engagement.
Okay.
I don't know if that's helpful.
No, that is helpful because thinking about it from like even the last 2 points there, the interactivity and the engagement, I feel like while the Washington Post presentation didn't show perhaps as much visual range as the Chronicles, I found myself more engaged in those pieces. I made it through those pieces, whereas there were some in the Chronicle that I struggled with. The the Oaks piece was incredible, and there were so many really brilliant presentation choices in it, but I had to really pull myself to get through it.
Can you read the description one more time?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Entries will be judged on the whole experience, including the journalism, storytelling, design, interactivity, and engagement.
Yeah. So, you know, journalism is at the front of that kind of statement. And when I'm thinking about topics that are more kind of like emergent right now, I feel like there are quite a few that are the Post has in their portfolio that feel very urgent and feel, you know, the war family, that is just, that's what we need to see more of, along with, you know, the Palestinian families, of like humanizing these wars that are going on. And I think it's done really well. So if we're looking at, you know, the journalism aspect and combining, and they've used effective, you know, approaches.
Yeah, I think looking at the Washington Post portfolio overall, it checks more of those boxes for me more consistently across the range of
all
work.
of the boards. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that one?
Yeah, I think one.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to ask a moderator question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any discussion about the third entrant in the category. Are you thinking of awarding 1, 2, and 3? Or?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
Well, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do one for the Post, right?
So, okay, we got our Post, and then
Chronicle's absolutely
does that mean
too.
Chronicle second? Okay,
Far
yeah.
and away.
And then,
No doubt.
What AJ brought up, is this a third place or not?
I'm comfortable giving it a third. I wish I could give it an honorable mention, but I know we're not allowed. Thanks, AJ. No, glad there are rules to keep us on track. What really elevated this for me ultimately was the different presentation and approach to that forest story. I think it was the fourth piece that we looked at. Having just seen the video earlier in the weekend, seeing the presentation of that story in this way, I found really effective and thought showed some really strong storytelling by this team. We talked a lot about the hospital piece, the eating disorder. The animation was nice, but I didn't feel like there was anything particularly compelling about the presentation overall in that that would rise to another level for me, and sort of similar with the dam. But I'm comfortable with the third place.
I'm comfortable with the third place too. I think the lesson here is, I hope that the Times gives their, I feel like they just they weren't given the resources to like really develop and utilize the elements of their story and bring them into the presentation.
Yeah.
So I think it's there. I mean, the stories are incredible, and like, you know, like we said, the videos were so well done and beautiful and effective and powerful.
I mean, that hospital piece is truly so moving. I think it's one of the most moving things we saw this weekend.
Oh yeah.
And just a really remarkable story where like the video was such a critical medium for really making us feel it. And I wish that they had taken more advantage of that throughout the presentation.
Absolutely. And I think the lesson here is, let's use our presentation to bring us into these incredible videos. Like incredible, you know, you spent so much time and energy to like really nail it. So we want to engage people. And how do we do that with our presentation?
Yeah.
So, but
I feel like that's a brilliant note to end
there
on.
we go.
Yeah.
All right. Got a first, second, and third. And that
thank you, team.
is the end.
Thank you all so much.